Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は164日目です。It is day 164. We are in our limbo period before completing all of these, right? And I am not quite sure what I'm gonna do with 8 p.m. tomorrow. Kind of delayed a review from yesterday because I wanted to highlight something that was happening in WaniKani, and the content updates, like the roadmap, was posted. Apparently this isn't necessarily the first time they have done this, so they kind of mapped out, the WaniKani team, the content team had mapped out what they're going to do from July, like June, all the way to like mid-July. So I did notice there was 3 new kanji editions eventually across. I think the next update has a kanji that is not part of one of my levels. And yeah, they're shuffling, they're adding new vocabulary, so they move things a little bit around. And that lesson I got was a move and not necessarily a new, but it's nice to see that content is being added, and also kanji. That's really big, actually, adding kanji. I'm curious how quickly these things happen, but this is the first time it has happened that impacted like the overall move and stuff. When it comes to primary meanings and secondary meanings, personally, not too that affected. Generally speaking, whenever I'm learning something, over time, the meaning and like the associated attachment, like the story, the use cases and whatnot, they begin to elaborate and elevate and become more complete over time. Generally speaking, I rarely adhere. That's why I lean on double checking and a little bit more dynamic things, but that is, double checking alleviates that largely because I get to see the targets that I hit around it. Generally speaking, a lot of times when I think of SRS, it can be I can sympathize with individuals who find it very annoying and or quite literally deal breakers when they are so focused on explicit one-to-one consistency, and I tend not to. I actually become less and less literal one-to-one over time, so that can be both a pro and a con. Yesterday, when I was talking to someone randomly during my Duolingo Spanish session, it was trying to present that idea where it's interesting when you learn something in its original context, right? And that original context is not the same as what is native, what is whatever you believe is right, however you're compartmentalizing. The idea is when I learn something, eventually, most of the things I learn attempts to connect with everything else. So this person, apparent by coincidence, have overlap with me in interest in Spanish, Chinese, and being an English speaker. So it was really a fun opportunity. However, it turns out that that person and I obviously contrast in the way we integrate memory and associations. So often this person seems like they believe that things should be compartmentalized, and that's part of their routine. So it would be interesting to contrast with that person in the future, on and off, about how they're going about doing that. For myself, it ties into this WaniKani or SRS in general. If I so choose, I often lean on whatever I know, and I typically go through the process varying times. So over time, when you have these words, right, you have these cards, and they may change over time because there are people who make these apps for you and do these background research for you for a cost, of course, so you're paying for this service. These things are expected to change over time and or be improved over time, much like the desires of people. So when someone says, I want this to mean this because it's more accurate for now, right? Much like when you ask for criticism, like you're like, oh yeah, you should really change this to this meaning because that's what it means now. The flexibility of someone able to say, oh yeah, you're right, let me go change this, is also the very same reason that someone may come up with a primary meaning that doesn't agree with you initially. So for myself, that is more my natural state than a state in which people focus quite literally on compartmentalizing and almost hyper-focusing most of the time, right? And it definitely works for those who want to keep their stuff very tidy when it comes to memory, largely because interference is a deal breaker for quite a lot of people. On the topic of interference, I kind of walk in the face of interference in order to take the extra effort to leverage the interference. So behaviorally, that can come off as off-putting for individuals who do not resonate with that. And that is probably going to be more of a background, heritage, motivation. Like it's multifaceted, right? In terms of people's feelings about how memory either produces interference or strengthening. And that is a compromise. So when it comes to communicating, in my opinion, finding ways to manage interference or mitigate interference, perhaps for unintended consequences, while leveraging the importance of how you can stack and layer memories, allows one, in my opinion, to communicate fluidly between creative tangents. So when you're trying to get from your discussion from WaniKani to a discussion about Duolingo Spanish, and then looking and comparing, contrasting the details while overlapping parallelisms and contrasting differences, right? Those require that you tackle things in a way in which they overlap memory-wise. So oftentimes when someone wants to execute on the fine points of a single language, it's understandable that you would compartmentalize the language from every other language. And I see the pragmatic use case of those, especially in the area of efficiency, promoting purity in your communication style. However, for myself, in my opinion, that interference that you can potentially gain far get outweighed by how quickly your retention is in your memory. But the output may be leaving less to be desired. And I think people who focuses on the end results probably find that a little bit too effortful. You don't want to interrupt your dialogue, but I'm curious about your WaniKani scripts and in general, how you go about using the SR system and what you've customized to your personal approach. Mark, I did try to cover this in the 100-day review. So But I did change no, actually I didn't change too much of it, but I can go over it very quickly. And then the next on day 200 we'll cover whatever changed between 100 and 200. But I can cover it very quickly. If any of this, if you're already familiar with WaniKani scripts, then this would be very quick. So the videos are obviously really long, so those are more explicit videos. But if you're familiar with WaniKani scripts, this would go pretty quick. So I use double check. Rendaku information. Last, so the new one. Oh, you personally tune your, okay, so here we go. Then these would be very quick, right? So double check, Rendaku, pitch pattern, context sentences. Obviously something darker, dark background. And then I tweaked a bit of the color and where this stuff is. But in terms of like specifically how I use the script is probably DC. Oh, and back to back. Rendaku, these 5 are the main ones, and it has been the same since day 100, so up to now. The dark background is a little bit later, just because HanziHero, I kind of link with HanziHero in this regard. I might be missing one thing. Oh, there are other things, but turns out the feature is not that. I don't really use it that much. But how does this affect the experience, right? The SRS system. Because of the double check, I don't usually make mistakes. And what I mean by mistakes, I'm talking about mistakes in terms of WaniKani. So we don't like bop the reset timing, so we don't affect the space time too much. And then coming up, there's a compensation for this, but I'll discuss it when it comes up as well as 200. But for now, DC is used liberally. So if I can figure it out, I can figure it out, right? Regardless of how long, how many tries, even process of elimination, which really isn't how it doesn't really help too much when you use process of elimination, unless you're willing to like stack and bootstrap through ons and kuns, which it's kind of a tier system when it comes to what is considered difficult or loose. So let's just go that quickly. So tier 1 is feeling, and going down is bad. So going down is bad. So tier 2, or let's just go A and B because they inherently have things. So tier A is feeling. I hit it, feeling good, right? Even if I have typos, this is independent of typos because of double check. So tier A is feeling alone. Tier B is mnemonics. And then tier C is process of elimination. There is a little bit here. Maybe I'll call this tier B and refer to this as C and D. But there is prior knowledge or outside knowledge, outside association. So every time I get a review, it's either going to be hit feel. That's great. Even if it's wrong, it's usually a typo. So I would look at it, do the feel, see if it locks in, and that's fine, right? And if it's not fine, so that's not fine. Then we go to prior associations or outside. Like, do I already know this? Is there something story related, experience related that I can play back that's related to this that WaniKani does not provide, or I have come to become associate with? Like, sometimes keywords I would say during the review would be, this is special. I clearly remember stopping on this, it's special. Or this is the 4th time this has come up, roughly speaking, where I paused. So something is making me pause. That is the 2nd tier. So if I have that feeling, it means it's still strong within my memory. And then if this fails, then we go to tier C, mnemonics, which is usually whatever I can scrounge up with WaniKani. So I'll see there's a crab, crab with a leader. And then what do I know about leaders? Do I have a keyword that is a near rhyme for the mnemonics? Then that's tier C. This is where I start, the time increases. So as I'm going down, delta T is going up. And it is at this moment is where I would use move to later. So where's move to later? Oh, yeah, move to later is the most recent addition. This is not reviewed in Dead Day 100, so this is a new one. So I would then immediately shift those guys to the end of the stack, because the end of the stack would allow me to do a, it's kind of tier D, but let's move this further down to tier E, and there's a tier D in between right here, where I move it to later to do like a blank, a memory blank. So sometimes if you're looking at your web of thinking, right, you can hit A and then it can split into B or C. You're like, all right, I know this much. Now it's either related to this or related, it's either related to B or it's related to C. The problem is C never takes you back to B. So what happens is if you go down C and you keep thinking downstream of C, the answer could be in the B path and you're just locked in. So what happens is you move it to later and you hope the blank and then start over. Start on A and now take the other path. So this is kind of related to process of elimination. So at all else fails, I go over my on and my kuns, which you'll see at the very end, where all the move laters. So at the end of a review session, typically there will be, I take roughly 3 out of every 100. There will be like 3 move to the end out of every 100 review. Eventually though, through the process of elimination, which means I go over all my reads associated with the character. So this is the brute force. At the very end, the brute force method is me repeating and practicing everything that I know, that I can possibly remember, regardless if it's related or not, in the sense of, is this the right meaning or something? I'm trying to capture as much as possible and then get the answer. So overall, what happens in the end of the day is I do not have mistakes in the sense of I need to reset the mistakes. Now, there is a downside to this approach. Burning is coming up. So on June 23rd is my first, or June 25th is my first burn item. We're gonna do burn reviews. So burn reviews are gonna be coming at like stacks of hundreds, right? Or not stacks of hundreds, stacks of 50s. So 50 things are going to be burned in stacks. And we're going to, at the end, we're going to be doing burn review. And burn review uses this same tier system. So I look at all the burn items at the end of a burn day, right? Which is coming up, the 25th. And I'm going to look through the tiers. If the burn... if the burn happens, right? And I want to do this right away because I don't want to... Oh, okay. And there's more to talk about how burn reviews are going to be done. There's a... I'm using like a 5-step process for burn review, but that will be covered later. So know that when I say burn review, it's like a various amount of steps. But in the long run, what it's trying to do is revive immediately in groups and associated groups the ones that I am below tier B. So if I look at a word and it's below tier B, as in I don't have a feeling or I don't immediately know from outside source or anything that's outside, you know, just lock it in, then they don't stay burned. They get resurrected immediately. Well, not immediately. There's a filter for this. If they get resurrected, paired up with another burn item that is related to it, which goes down to tier C to E. So if this burn item, I immediately think, okay, I'm gonna have problems with this. So now before reviving it, I need to figure out what is in WaniKani that is already burned that will be associated with it. Now this could be 2 vocabulary words. So it won't be revived immediately. It will be when that other vocabulary word or that other thing is also burned. Usually, how WaniKani is already arranged, there should be something associated with it. That's the nature of WaniKani. Or it could be slightly close to it, like the next group, right? Because there's that stagger period. This stagger period. You know how you have half of the vocabulary words unlocking with a character? So I will wait till both the items are burned. It could be like 2 separate vocabulary words by 4 levels. I will wait for whatever is connected. Then I will resurrect those 2 at the same time. So they would be synced together, which creates a C to E tier system to reinforce tier A and tier B consistency, especially tier B consistency. The reason why I have this tier system is that's how I gauge my memory. If I'm relying on mechanical, like process of elimination and scouring stuff, it's loose, it's nebulous, and it keeps going up. Eventually it gets to a point where I can start with feeling and it'll be the fastest and it'll go down. And that's true for nearly anything I have to remember. So typically I want to stay in this territory. So that's what we're doing soon. And there's another thing, back to back. At first I thought it was great to randomize it, right? But eventually I found that I could challenge myself in a different way to get the randomness of memory. So I removed the back-to-back is I want to do read first all the time. It has to be read and then all the rest follows. So the moment I read something, I should be able to do everything else. Below the random associations and mnemonics, but when I look at a character, I want to hear, see the image, and be able to read it immediately. So I removed that nonsense, and it was kind of inspired off HanziHero. HanziHero does this by default, and then HanziHero does double check by default. So how do I compare originally? I made these changes by comparing HanziHero and WaniKani's design. And in terms of Rendaku, this is extra information. This bolsters B. and C. So B and C, right? Technically it's B because WaniKani does not provide it. And then a pitch accent pattern. It provides tier B, right? Tier B and tier C, but it's really not WaniKani, so it's tier B stuff, pitch accent, because I'm sensitive to hearing. And then context sentences is provided by WaniKani, but it's actually B as well, because I only default, oh, I forgot. Yeah, so you see that I don't use WaniKani's things until I have to. So for lessons, this is talking about review process during our review sessions. For lessons, I'm acquiring something. So when I'm learning something, it's a different process. WaniKani comes first. So maybe I'll do something about lessons, but you can imagine what lessons may change with this. Then the tier A through E, tier A and B doesn't exist. It's tier C first. So tier C becomes the first process I do, which is when I get a lesson, I need to immediately first think in the process of encoding what WaniKani typically does. So that involves the first 3 days. The first 3 days after a lesson, I would go at the end of each day. You'll see me draw you'll see me write I don't know, attach. So I'll do this for 2 days or just once, writing this, and then the second day we move on to simplified shorthand. And this one I would talk about the read near rhymes because it's the weakest one. So I want to immediately reduce all the WaniKani, you know how WaniKani does a huge paragraph. So, or not a paragraph, but sentences. Immediately after the fact, I wanted to reduce it into one word. And then that one word is usually the read. That read often gets me to the meaning. Usually it doesn't require the meaning, largely because the meaning is encoded in English. And English is almost immediate because of the way I think about associations. So I typically focus on, for this, it would be yogurt. Or, yes, it would be yogurt. And the reason why I start with this is because this is a skill that I don't have. It's something I need to practice. This is something that the content team is doing uniquely that I am terrible at. I don't use this type of thing. I don't use near rhymes to remember reads, especially near rhymes in a different language. So on the first day I get the lesson, I write out all of the near rhymes. So now I have a database of centaur, the stuff that people inherently, intuitively like or dislike, but it works. But I want to know why it works or how I can leverage it. So now I can create mnemonics that are in line with WaniKani if I need to change it, but not change it to the sense of it's different from all the other ones, because I kind of want to get used to it. So you have centaur, yogurt, was, chol, jol, joe, all the near rhyme stuff, knock, right? What does knock stand for? What does coat stand for? That type of thing. So I do that. So I created a second cipher. I worked on a second cipher. So for lessons, a little bit different, but it is still in the process of tier C. So whenever I rely on tier A and B, it means I've internalized it. My associations are integrated with whatever is down the line. So eventually when WaniKani, when I focus on WaniKani's mnemonics and stuff, it eventually becomes part of tier B, which is it's locked in and interacting with my other memories, like my Duolingo Japanese experience and whatnot, my past experience. So then they no longer are treated like some mnemonic or secondary process. And eventually, you know, ideally you want everything to be A, but I don't typically rely on feelings exclusively. I'm constantly learning. So if I'm constantly learning, then there will be some aspect of not relying on feeling. But for now, I would say on average, I have a bottom line of 80% feeling. So the first thing I do is I look at it, what does my gut tell me? I'll just type, right? And this is 80% in terms of accuracy. So this is bottom, as in bottom line. It can't be lower than 80%. If it is lower than 80%, I gotta do something about it. It's not acceptable. So, but right now, in reality, I have about a 90% feeling rate. So that means roughly, I'm going to say 3 to 5 out of 100 reviews. So this is not referring to learning. This is referring to recalling. So 3 out of 5 times, something's going to get moved to the end. I have to try really hard, pick up all the things. And it is the thing that WaniKani is trying to compensate for. The one thing that mnemonics are great is it gets you to get to a different feeling, like to get to feeling, to get to intuition, right? So this, in my opinion, it represents less than 5% of the time eventually. It starts really high because of the lesson. But the question is, how quickly can I get to my lesson protocol to my review protocol? And how can I streamline it and whatnot to the point where I don't drop below 80%, but I'm really technically aiming for 90%. And that's where some people would say, oh, that sounds like the theory of comprehensible input. You're trying to keep whatever you're doing comprehensibly at a specific rate that produces an accuracy or a response time, an output time that is comprehensible within a certain amount. So in my opinion, in this way, because SRS, it's kind of hard without other context, but it's the closest way I can say, if I look at this character, how much aspect of the character is comprehensible to me? If 90% of the time I can somehow find mnemonics, process of elimination and stuff, looking at the character and get to the answer 90% of the time, in my opinion, that's the closest way I can say this character is comprehensible to me. And then obviously there are last ditch efforts. Context sentences would be one that is, in my opinion, outside of the core SRS system that WaniKani has. However, you can add them back, and HanziHero does that automatically. HanziHero allows you to toggle, and actually, since they use a synthetic voice, all of it is played out too. Like, it is when you enter a read, or when you enter the read, then it'll read the entire sentence. And regardless if it's synthetic or not, the idea is you're using audio cues and a semblance approximation of whatever it sounds like in order to offer a second context. Because if you're looking at this already, I didn't describe or break up what it is that are prior outside resources, in which way they can be processed, or the mnemonics that that WaniKani provides. WaniKani does not provide sentence reading because they probably chose that by design, because it would probably miff a lot of people, say, oh, this sounds like terrible pitch accent, or this synthetic voice sounds awkward. You know, most of the criticisms pointed at Duolingo. And for me, it's an alternative audio memory device. So I think a lot of times people fear that if you hear something that is awkward, it is permanent, right? It can become a crutch in itself. And in my opinion, making things easy is our crutches if you view it negatively. But doing all of this is very effortful for me. So I really enjoy doing this stuff. And then when I go to read something, it's like without saying it, like trivialize it, it's easy mode when you start reading books. And it should be. When you read books, you listen to anime, you're listening to other people talk, there is so much more context to remember things. Now, you might be thinking, well, it's hard when you start. It's like, yes, because you aren't using those contexts yet. So here, this is, in my opinion, all the things I do to collect as much information and correlate them with the limited information I have. And then I bring in outside information. When I go to listen to anime and read books, I do the same thing. And then through practice, my voice broke, sorry. I do the same thing. And yes, there's a learning curve, but we're not measuring a learning curve, a well-practiced skill, to a different skill. You have to compare when you finish your learning curve, as in the process, the actual learning process. Then you compare its efficacies and refine, efficacy, efficiency, when you solidified a learning pattern. And the learning pattern is the thing that normalizes, or the normalizer to all the emotional, and in my opinion, frankly, myopic or limited, like you have a glass ceiling situation. So in anime, this participation of tier A feeling, right? Tier A feeling, tier B prior associations. You like the anime, you like height, you like stories about superheroes, you like coffee, so you listen to a podcast about coffee. You're already doing tier B. In SRS, if you don't like SRS, it's gonna underperform because you don't like not having a context. You're not bringing in context. So oftentimes they just go straight to tier C. So tier C, as you're going down, it takes more and more effort. So the idea is, are you familiar with doing all this? What is your system of process of elimination? Do you have an intent on a ritual or routine that you go through? To me, all of these are routines that you may have learned in school. You may have learned almost all of these routines while you're tackling difficult problems, right? When was the last time you brute force something and worked on the way you brute force something? There are systematic ways to bootstrap through your database in order to find something that you have very little detail about. Like, how do you know? Like, for example, if someone asks you, I'm guessing a random number between 1 to 100,000, how would you go about doing that? It might feel like it's random, but even there are still methods at that point to be more efficient than randomly guessing 1 through 100,000 until you get it right. Right? There are systematic ways. So, but when we're talking about language, it's not even to the point of trying to randomly guess a decrypted, randomized character, random string of 25 characters. It's not that, right? You still have the human element, nature, natural language, historical figures, context, culture. So whenever I needed to differentiate between why is it that on first hand, someone is so much more effective when they listen to a podcast, immerse and whatnot, is largely because when you're looking at SRS, you skip the first two immediately. SRS alleviates certain things, but they do not alleviate the idea of making things connected. So in the best way I can, I compensate for routine. So the way I'm breaking these things down creates a fixed routine that achieves a specific consistency that I have. And when that consistency falls, or like when the challenge enters, right? Like if there's something that challenges it and it reduces it, it isn't like you're going from 90% to 2% and your whole system falls apart. When you see the steady decline in your accuracy, you can find steady ways to optimize it. So this sounds really mechanical. It's because SRS is incredibly mechanical. However, I'm making it as similar, collaborating with things that I do. So in the evening, I pick up a book. I read a news article every once in a while. I watch anime. Those things, in my opinion, are very, very easy to do. Naturally, that's what makes them great, because people are looking for easy. But the question I often ask myself is, why is it easier? How is it easier than doing this? And I bring whatever that is to it. So now I watch anime, much like a lot of other people who intuit this. What is an SRS word that you have no trouble remembering, even though the SRS is the same? It's probably because there's a tier B process involved. You watch something, you discovered the word in the wild, and now it's burned into your mind. It's like, that's great. Now, what happens if you don't encounter that word and you still need to perform and encode that word from an SRS system so that you can pick it up later in anime and get reinforced, or in a podcast you get reinforced? You create a habit that is very detailed and you consistently develop on it, so that when you go and do the other thing, you've done all this process involved in remembering that one thing. And it has to be a process, in my opinion, that can scale. So I'm doing all of this because it's scaling, and I'm hoping it continues to scale properly. If it doesn't scale properly, then the accuracy is going to go down as the volume goes up. So for now, it's pretty good. So I can take in, I don't know, 500, 600 reviews, go for 6 hours, and I don't naturally see a decline in my accuracy and retention. In fact, I think it's been quite some time, despite sitting there for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes on one last thing, the very last one. The very last one's going to be the hardest one, the loosest one. I still know the answer at some point, despite getting it wrong several times, going through process of elimination, double checking. All of that work is that the next time I do it, it's not going to happen. So then there is long-term retention, like super long disuse retention, right? We're called maintenance. And maintenance, we haven't tackled maintenance yet. The goal is I don't look too far. One of the downsides to this could be that maybe I'll never get to it and it'll be lost. It's like, that's fine, right? It might be something that's very arbitrary. Or the natural process would be I retain it long enough that it will be maintained when I no longer use SRS. So I don't plan anything that's far down the line, but it's probably going to end up being an anime situation, a podcast situation. The maintenance phase is not this. This is the encoding and the short term. And when I mean short term, I mean like a year. I think a lot of people talk about short term retention as tomorrow or the next week or the next month. However, SRS spans a year. at least a year. So if I get them burned for a year, I'm starting to think about that now. So that's where the burn review comes in. And this is what I'll be working on this month. And I'll probably cover it on the day 200, how the burn review is done. But it's not like rocket science or anything like that. You probably already do a lot of this filtering. The idea is to break it down and be interested in it. So all of this got changed after the first 100 days. The first 100 days was a lot of this thought process. And then right at 100, I changed up everything that address the things. So I know that I said this was going to be fast, but 30 minutes is as fast as it goes. So that there's an example, Mark. I'm sure, and I'm not saying this is new or revolutionary, I actually think a lot of people do these things not so consistently enough that they form awareness or intent. Right? They do not form intent. Intention can help. It can produce motivation. It can give you clarity on ways to improve your weaknesses, or like look at what you can work on. I think, to me, when someone says, oh man, isn't this overcomplicating things? My hot take on this is you complicate it enough until you're interested in it. No more, no less. Well, it's kind of a range. So you don't want to fall out of interest, right? So you become disinterested, and you want to maintain just enough that's not overwhelming. That also leads to disinterest. So you keep it here. So the moment you get on WaniKani and you're like, oh, okay, yep, I don't know this. I'll just take the L. Mistake. Okay, I'll just trust the SRS. It's like, that's great. That'll get you somewhere. Maybe in a faster. It might actually get there faster. Like you, right? The person, if I'm comparing myself, just blitz through it and let it do its thing. That person might get through it very, very quickly. But that person might not be as interested. And knowing myself, I'm very tenacious. I persevere. I'm an endurance. I like to consider myself an endurance person. So I could do something without any interest for years. I don't want to do that. The things I choose to do, I must elevate. So yes, overcomplicating things or complicating it enough is what's creating future skills. This is a skill that I started when I was 5 years old, and I got my first taste of how to form English sentences. That's all how I learned math, how I learned science. This is all since I could comprehend higher level thinking. So this process is not a language learning method. It's what I do over the course of tackling difficult problems. In fact, I actually go about this for most of my observations. Like, someone tells me, oh yeah, like creatine is the best supplement for timed workout output and muscular gain. And my first thought is, okay, so let me process this for a moment. Okay, so those words, these words, I actually do this in real time. So most of this stuff I do in real time. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, someone told me Duolingo is a watered down, is not good. It doesn't count as applying your knowledge because it's watered down and it's gamey, right? A good podcast would do even more. An anime will provide more richness in ideas. I do that breakdown immediately. Like, when it comes to practice and how you do it, You can have a combination of things. So in order to be analytical or being very pedantic, like I can choose to, okay, I agree. I don't want to invest my time in being pedantic about it. But if this person was being incredibly critical and they chose their words correctly, I can also do analytical ways to look at critically what someone is saying. And it does take extra effort and energy. However, it can get quick. It can be fast, but fast in a way that you're exchanging the speed for additional critical level of thinking. Now, I honestly think in this day and age, the easier things are, the more convenient they are, technically the less you learn and the less you retain, but it produces a whole heck of a lot of quick dopamine and consistent dopamine. And as long as the dopamine and the endorphins, your goal that you get, continues to pay out or produce, then you're none the wiser for me. And for myself, I like to think that I can be interested in something. If there is something that is hard to remember, I can remember it if I want to. Not if the thing is interesting enough to me, then I'll remember it. And that's not a bad or a good thing. You can be very successful doing that. What is very important to note is, in this day and age, if you spend a lot of time on the internet, it's the other way around now. You're far more used to having something do the task for you. It has to be an ideal condition, or it has to be a sufficient condition for you to learn something. And I totally get that. In formal education, that is quite literally the opposite. You know these things because they're important. Someone else or something else has determined that these things are important for you. And then over time, you kind of choose whether you think it's important or not. For me, when I go to school, everything is important. Even if that literal detail or content is not important right now, I have the mindset of thinking maybe it'll be important later. So I'm greedy with my knowledge and I'm greedy with my memory. I always think that knowing this stuff could be useful later. It may be useful later. So the things I read on the internet, watching One Piece, watching My Hero Academia, regardless if I like one-shots or not, I want to retain enough information about them because they could be useful. It could be useful to talk to other people. So for communication styles, charisma and whatnot, how do you always have something to say, right? And link? You can fall back on foundations like talk about family, recreation, occupation, and interest, right? Those things are a foundation, but I wanted to do more. So to me, the way I think typically makes things more interesting to me. So if all of this doesn't matter to you in WaniKani, it doesn't have to matter to you, as long as you get your results. Because in my opinion, that's the more normalized behavior to do. I do this because it's super interesting. It keeps me motivated to develop skills that are relevant to not case by case. So whenever someone comes up to me and say, well, it depends. And I'm like, okay, I understand it generally depends, but isn't it interesting if you take up the challenge to think about how everything's connected? Because much like you can say everything is different, you can probably find similarities as well. And the nice thing about doing both is there's going to be times when you want to do something, but you can't. Or you think you can't because it depends. As in, you can't like rap music. That was actually a thing I'll give you a personal anecdote. You can't like rap music because the elements, when I was younger, the elements of rap music does not line with my interest. So rap music is disinteresting to me, and therefore I have nothing to learn from rap music. That's not the case anymore. So you can, whenever I'm specifically referring to things you choose to do. So when you have free time, a lot of people say, oh, I'm trying to cure my boredom, as in I'm trying to fill my boredom with something that interests me. And my response oftentimes is, what do I do next? As in, what should I pick up to become interested in? A lot of times. Now, by coincidence, I can have things that interest me. So those things will be inherently interesting to me, but I can become even more interested in the thing. As opposed to, you are only reliant on what is interesting to you. So that means you can only learn by anime because you so choose to learn by anime. You only learn by comprehensible input, whatever that means, right? Nowadays, like, you can toss around theories, you can convince yourself, and it'll get you to your goal for sure. My question often asked is, can you do more? Like, are you in the set of saying, okay, right, the Satori graded readers are fantastic, by the way, to get an offset of retention. Now the question is, if I use Satori reader, would I do something like this again? Yes, I would. I would use Satori reader. I would evaluate how Satori reader initially, for like the first 30 days. I don't know if I can stream Satori reader. I have considered it. Lots of people have suggested this, but the reason why I choose the things I choose is because they're a lot safer to stream. Like, some people say, do you do immersion? It's like, of course I do. Whatever that means as well. But restreaming people's content and lots of copyright issues. But for Satori reader, if I were to do it, I would take a 30-day thing, try to analyze it. It might take longer for other people if you're not well practiced in observing and evaluating. You can kind of speed it up over time, but I would certainly not use it. I typically don't use things and say, oh yeah, okay, just help me out here. I'm too lazy to. Being lazy is not a bad thing. It's conserving energy when you don't have energy to spend. Like, I understand this could be an excuse, used as an excuse for chronic laziness, but it is true. When you are lazy, it also means you might not have energy or you're disinterested. So if you understand what creates that disinterest, your lack of energy, which sounds like motivation, right? These contribute to motivation, then you can choose to work towards it. So I'm not going to tell you, I want to clarify, I'm saying what it is, but it doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to create the consequences. So you could be lazy and still be a hard worker, right? We have to remember that at points we are tired and not tired. So Satori reader, when I'm doing this, the hardest thing I'm doing is what I'm streaming. Like, by coincidence or by design, I am the highest energy I can possibly be. Like, right this moment, I am absolutely wired, right? But I drink water, just for the record. We don't use this isn't a caffeine drinking stream. I'm most alert and highest energy when I'm on stream, because I don't want to tell people, I don't want to give people the false impression. When stream is off, I do things that require less energy, less bootstrapping, less super wired attentive things. And what are those things? Reading a book, watching anime, listening to my favorite podcaster. Those are less energy, so I can still maintain being active, but I'm going down my energy thing. So like you might be asking, why do people get forced? Why do kids get forced to go to school first thing in the morning? Usually, and I'm saying usually, because you could be a really weird oddball that has a disjointed schedule with schooling. That's why enforcing sleep schedules can help in train or increase the success rate. The idea is when you first get up, usually you're probably the highest in energy, despite the like grogginess at first, right? With assuming a proper sleep hygiene. Your most alertness tends to be in the beginning of the day. So for me, I get up, I go run, which wakes up my body, and I start streaming. And the things that I do for stream is that I'm at the highest of my energy. So I usually on stream show and tackle hard things. And when someone says, well, WaniKani isn't hard, Duolingo isn't hard, we're not talking about hard in the sense of what you think the content is. Like, if someone tells you Japanese is hard and then you just accept it and that's hard, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm working my hardest when I want to. So when I'm working on WaniKani, I'm actually working the hardest I can. Anything you do is as easy and as hard as you want it. And typically, if you want a fact, like a consistent, objective fact about what is hard and what is easy, hard is most of the things you're learning. Easy is relying on the things you already know. So if you're saying comprehensible input is the hardest thing you've ever done, that is absolutely 100% factually, objectively incorrect. Comprehensible input, the theory of it is to alleviate and rely predominantly on the things you already know. When it comes to scientific investigation, the hardest part is the thing you don't know or haven't tested. And you rely on as much information as you have on the easy stuff. The easy stuff that allows you to understand the things you don't know. So if anyone asks me, like they make this comment all the time, they're like, oh, hey, you're learning Japanese. That's one of the hardest language. Kudos to you. Or you're learning Chinese. It's one of the hardest language. The hardest language to me are all the languages I choose not to learn. That is my TLDR of what all this represents. The hardest things are the things you haven't learned yet. That's how I think about it personally. And then the things I can choose to learn, they are not hard. They are as hard as I make them. And I know for some people it's like, well, don't you believe there are just things you can't learn? Like, well, yes. But do they happen often enough to be the norm? No. I don't predicate my fears and deterrence based on things that rarely occur versus things that consistently occur. So if you're going around saying, I can't learn a language because I tried once and failed, that's a rare occurrence. That's a sample size of 1. It's 0 out of 1. You tried once. Based on how you described it. You could say, oh, I tried once and I tried it 50 different ways. Then you're onto something. Possibly. But when you're voicing things and you're thinking, I can't do this, this is hard, this is easy, and your reference and sample size is 1 or rare in reality, then it's not true. It's not objectively true. So for example, I'm gonna get a lot of fire for this, but when someone has a ranking system, right, the US language system has an FSI system that people refer to at not like consistently all the time. They're saying English speakers have difficult time learning Japanese. Like, okay, how do they understand this? They use population statistics probably. In what percentage when people initiate do they reach a level of competency that they arbitrarily pick, right? And that's a way to attempt to measure hard. The facts don't change. Now, the interpretation, whether they are hard or not, is definitely to the people, to the system, and the person using it. So for myself, does their metric apply to me? They do. However, it's still not hard to me because I have additional metrics that are important to me, that are not considered in the metrics. I kind of looked at their metrics recently because someone brought it up again, and I asked them, do you know how they measure it? Because I don't know either. So since both of us didn't know, I am responsible for what I'm saying. So I looked into it. There are a couple metrics that I don't think it's easy to quantify. And one of the things to quantify is, what is the state of the learning process of a person before they engage in the learning of the language? Since it is attempting to be a random sample, you can make an argument that there might be cultural influences that make English speakers, predominant English speakers, not have the mindset or the learning predisposition for Japanese or Chinese. And one of them could be a lacking intent in learning process. In fact, I would say a vast majority of the English speaking countries, the ones that are predominant in English speaking countries, tend to have a different educational approach that consistently produce a specific type of learning process that may not necessarily be compatible with like the others. Now, is there a pattern to that? It's really hard to evaluate. But for myself, what makes me a little bit different, like this is coincidence, right? Correlation is not causation as well, but this is a coincidence here. I didn't grow up only learning or thinking in English, so how I approach learning English is this way. Do you approach English learning this way? Do you even remember how you approach English, your native language learning this way? Like, that's probably something that would be interesting. And I think if someone sits down and look at the way they go about it, it makes them less insecure about how they're learning, because it almost feels like you have control over it, right? You have control over it instead of saying, I'm going to trust this product, and the product is telling me how to learn. It's doing my learning for me. And that was the theme, by the way, Mark. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. That was the theme for the last like 5 days of a separate thing came up each time regarding how someone is learning. And oftentimes it's more like, I like what I like, I do what I do, and I avoid the things I don't want to do. And that's fine. Adults are expected by now, or, you know, I'm going to put it in quotes. Typically, you expect someone who is 30 plus, or someone who has gone through the educational system, whichever country you're from, or like educational system, you expect at a specific age, you have learned enough about your learning process that you can find those things. You can find the tool that works for you. You can measure the tool's output that's only interesting to you, and you make it work. Like you, Mark, when you say you've started doing Satori graded readers to additionally offset your retention. That's fantastic, because you're exercising your abilities and your experience to increase the steps. And I would say, no, WaniKani will not make me fluent in the areas that it literally does not do. I have to literally go and find and do them. So it's different from someone who tells me you're not going to be fluent in WaniKani because there's a tool that does everything. I disagree. That tool probably does not do everything. It's so untrue. It's so ridiculous. Like, it's kind of like saying all right, I have a native Japanese friend. I can become fluent with a native Japanese friend to the satisfactory of the universe or the rest of the world. That is absolutely not true. Like, if that were true, your parents are your only source of information necessary to be universally appropriate for everything. That's not how knowledge works, especially for humans. Especially you're talking to another human being. So all of this stuff that I'm talking about, retention, mnemonics, outside order, order of thinking, all of that is affecting your source of universal knowledge. So when you come and say, yeah, you should only listen to native speakers for your source of everything that deals with this language because that's all that matters. It's like all the things that matter to you are sufficiently produced by these collective of people. And that's great. Now we have to contend with the idea that if I had your friends, right, and had your life, is all of that sufficient to fulfill my arbitrary qualities of being universally fulfilled? No. Usually that involves the learning process. So when someone says, this is the best way, are you guys friends yet? Do you know about each other? Now, why is it that it still works when someone suggests something different than the current thing that someone is doing? Is because, in my opinion, there are some human conditions that they're human conditions. So they're essential, they're ever true about humans. When you offer advice, and if you default to being a contrarian, it inherently triggers the other person's intuition, intellectual curiosity, and also emotional, if they disagree, emotional righteous indignation. So it actually elicits the many different human conditions that actually propel that person to be successful. So in my opinion, yes, it does work. Constantly suggesting different things to another person just because you disagree, which is how the internet operates, is a very healthy human condition process. So when someone comes up to me and say, yo, Anki is better, that helped me. Just the idea of explaining or having someone not even explaining, most people don't explain to me how Anki is better, but just mentioning that Anki exists, and then a lot of people saying, yeah, Anki is better, like, but I keep asking them how, like, explain to me. But if they don't explain it to me, but if enough people suggest that, I myself have the power to be curious about it, and understanding how Anki works even without using it can help in developing more of your thinking process. So is it because, now this is the hard part that I don't understand because I did not dedicate my entire life to language learning. Now, why is it that there are so many methods in language learning compartmentalized? For those who compartmentalize, why does it seem like there are like 800, 200, or 300 thousands of methods that are successful with like some tweaks and stuff that claim to be successful in language learning? I actually think it is how those methods eventually get introduced to someone's language learning journey. The idea is most things in the human condition are successful if the person is looking for something that works. So what I mean by that is when they start to look for other things that improve and work, they have actively engaged in the opportunity to intellectually be invested in their learning process. So whenever someone argues about something, debate, discussion, disagreements and agreements, they lead to one human condition. intellectual curiosity and exploration. So yes, if you start with Anki, you can still do better. If you start with Duolingo, you can still do better. What you don't do better, in my opinion, or you stagnate, probably the word is stagnate, as in you feel grindy and bored, is the moment you decide to never change what you're doing, to always stick to what you believe is the best. That is triggering one human condition, and that is, if you stagnate, you stagnate. So if you're investigating in an intellectual property, if you're trying to learn and get better at things, and you yourself is doing something, you're hoping the thing you do lasts long enough before your enthusiasm and your motivation stagnates to the point where you prefer to just settle. And that's fair. Like, some people, like the person I met yesterday, forwardly told me that, oh, you know, my Spanish is pretty much in maintenance. And I'm like, oh, that's fair enough. So they aren't interested necessarily to juggle or ladder. I am. Learning WaniKani, like learning Japanese and Chinese, have revealed that I can be so much more interested in English as well. So today, when I'm explaining these things, I'm practicing the level of English that I'm used to. I'm learning how to describe the learning process, my language learning process, using my native language. Now, some people might say, well, you're basically using the same English words and you already know English grammar. Like, how could you be improving your English right now? Communication. How do you communicate a complex thought process in Japanese? I can't do that yet. But when I was learning Japanese, I can most definitely still be doing things in English that pushes the boundaries of my understanding of how to explain things in English. So I start writing more. I haven't written in English, like literally doing this stuff. I haven't done this in 7 years since I left my graduate studies. I have not used English in the manner that I use now, because every waking day there are ways to improve. So when someone says, yeah, they're okay with maintaining their Spanish now they move on to the next language, that's fair enough. And you hope that whatever the energy you save, right, the energy you save to switch something to maintenance mode, that is reinvested in the future. So for someone that says that, I hope that the next sentence that they say is, that's because maintenance is sufficient, and then now with all that extra energy, I can pour it into something else. And that, to me, is what I like to believe my stream is about. I come on stream knowing I have a bunch of happy dollars, and I am going to use it as much as I can. And then what I do most of the time that I've described before is, as my energy level gets lower, I find a task I can still do using the energy. And then I go to bed exhausted with a positive feeling each day that I was productive, right? And that is optimizing habits, in my opinion. And this, I love talking about this stuff. Sorry, it's like been an hour now, Mark. But I love talking about this stuff. If someone asks me a question about this, we can get ham. It's not about being right or wrong. It's showing that paint drying can be interesting. Watching someone spoil the game for you can be interesting, in my opinion. Playing the game can be interesting. It's not whether playing the game yourself is better than watching someone else play a game. The idea is, okay, you don't want to play this game, but you are interested in this game, right? So you can watch the game. And when you're watching the game, it's a different experience than playing the game. It's different, not better or worse. Some things are fundamentally different. When you're asking yourself, can I do this instead of this? Why is this relevant to language learning? That is the question most people get tossed in front of me all the time. Like, oh, if you're gonna spend your time on Duolingo, you might as well spend it on watching anime and podcasts instead, because they do the same thing somehow. And then they would say that, oh, because Duolingo is gamification and podcast is not. That's not doing the same thing. That's doing two different things, and you told me which one you like better. Like, I would take the objective if they actually stated something that was comparable between the two. But instead, they basically explained to me, which is very informative, by the way. It's very important to know that I appreciate how people are candid. When they are candid about their comparisons and observations, it allows me to gather a lot of information. So when someone straight up says, oh, I think Duolingo is a waste of time because it's gamified, you should read a textbook because it's not gamified. That is telling me that those two things are different and not comparable. So you want to focus on something that is comparable, to be objective. Like, objectively, it's true. Duolingo is gamified, textbooks are not. That is objective. That is not an interpretation or an application of the difference between them. Like leading to something that is a measurable output. Someone could say, oh, the textbook teaches grammar, and Duolingo teaches grammar to a lesser extent, quote unquote, watered down, and therefore you are likely more to get high detail of grammar. I agree with you. Is it better or worse? How do you interpret that? It's like, well, I like the effort that I need to do or put in to learn the high level of grammar. And I don't like not putting in effort because the grammar is watered down in Duolingo. I follow you now. That makes sense. And I will tell you, when I want to invest in a high level of grammar, I will go to the textbook. Thank you for your advice. And I do refer to a grammar source, but I don't typically do textbooks. I have another comparison. I used to go on Tofugu's site, which is under maintenance now. Like, it's not really kept up to date, but I used to go to Tofugu's site because it requires less effort and less digestible grammar than a textbook, because I desire that level of effort. I know that I'm not getting all of the grammar that a textbook may cover, but I'm getting the stuff that I like the way these people present. So I'm getting to know how Tofugu writes their stuff, while at the same time getting less grammar. But I know that I'm getting less grammar. However, I'm also expending less effort because I don't have enough energy to go to a textbook. That is being aware of what the facts are and then making them relevant to each other. It's so different when someone says, hey, you should use Anki. Anki is a better version of WaniKani. Is it? Explain. And someone would say something like, well, it covers more kanji. That's true. It does cover more kanji. How does that, like, if I know less than the kanji that is WaniKani and I know less than what's in Anki, how does having more kanji affect someone who's still learning kanji? So that's the usual argument for WaniKani. They would say something, oh, if you like WaniKani, have you tried Anki? And my first question is, mate, can you explain to me why you would suggest this? Like, is there something that allows me to be, like, am I learning, what else can I learn from Anki? And they're like, well, you can learn more kanji. It's like, okay, well, I'll get to it when those two, WaniKani and Anki would overlap until they don't. So until I get to that point, I don't think that would be a interpretive, rational reason to start Anki. So then they could go into the nuance. Like maybe they can explain, oh, I interacted with WaniKani. This is the process that WaniKani does or gets me to do. I used Anki. This is the process. I've compared them, and yeah, I think Anki is better. Most of the time, in my opinion, they're feeling out which is better, and that is sufficient. You can tell me by saying, right, you should try Anki. I like Anki better than WaniKani. It kind of just ends there. And then what I would do is, well, thank you for the share. I have heard that a lot of people like Anki. May I ask you, have you tried WaniKani? And if it's a yes, I would ask them, how does it feel? Like, what are the things that make the feeling for WaniKani different from Anki? Now, in my opinion, that's what I do. And when people don't stay around to talk about those things, then we're incompatible. So my friends, my best friends are the people who stay that like talking about that stuff. So there you have it. I wanted to add a personal anecdote to this because I think taking the opportunity to talk about something analytical and then relating the analytical motivations to something anecdotal can be a powerful memory tool. So how do I remember all of this improvisational is because a part of me has sentimental association with this. So when you're going around and saying, I remember Japanese much better when I'm learning Japanese from a native speaker who also happens to be my friend, that's what I'm talking about. So there you have it. At least I try to go full circle. So there. And why am I recording myself doing this when no one, like, thank you, by the way. I really appreciate, Mark, when you stop on by or other people stop on by every once in a while in a month, you know, in months and years, because I love catching up with them. This is why I stream it. It also helps retention. I focus on the things I say in English. I also focus on the things that I know in Japanese, and I like to explain things because I'm using it. Someone suggested that I do not use what I learned on Duolingo because maybe they only believe that you're only using Japanese when you're literally using Japanese. Well, when you explain Japanese words to other people and you explain the way you learn things, yes, that is not literally using the Japanese. But to me, if I wasn't doing the Japanese in the first place, I would not be so interested in all of this in the first place. So I put my heart, or I try to put my heart and my lifestyle into the things I need to learn. That, in my opinion, if you wanted a TLDR when it comes to learning, leverage as much of what you already do to be involved in the thing you're learning. Because it's easy mode, but hard. Not easy because it's easy. When it's easy because it's easy, and you keep it easy, then you're not working. Like, you're not putting any effort into it. Love takes effort. I don't know. I don't know if this connects with a lot of people nowadays, especially on the internet. To be nice to a person you dislike takes effort. To learn why something doesn't work and you're trying to make it better takes effort. The question is, are you willing to sacrifice that time, I guess, to develop something? Or you prefer the whatever you're looking for, the goal that you want. Becoming fluent in Japanese is all of this to me. When I 4 years down the line, when someone says, "Oh, Nihongo wa jouzu desu," right? Like, Nihongo o jouzu desu, right? I'm like, "Oh, hey, that's cool. May may I share some stories with you about how I went about getting to this position? And they might be like completely sarcastic. It's irrelevant, right? I prefer to think that the other person that's saying this is genuine about their comments. I just wanted to do the Jozu meme here. I would be able to share all of this. Like, how did I get there? Because I'm interested in, I love my journey there. So then the other person's like, oh, may I ask you how you understand my English? Like, I want to know, right? And I want to be surrounded by people who do that naturally. So hats off to anyone who's interested in the process. It sounds chaotic, it's long, but a lot of this is incredibly important to me. And I hope other people find that the things they do are incredibly important to them too, especially the things they choose to do. I don't work anymore as a job, right? Like, I don't obligate myself to work anymore, but I don't do any less for a job. I actually do more for a job. Sometimes I sacrifice my own personal health for a job, and that's what led me to burnouts and stuff. The job pushes me even further than this. So I would say humbly, I'm going to say this as respectfully as I can, this is the bare minimum I would do when someone tells me to do something or asks me to help them. I don't care if it's a stranger or my best friends. This is the bare minimum of effort I would place into understanding someone's problem. Now, it might not be for everyone. Ask yourself, how do you go about interacting with someone? How do you show them that you care? Now, if this sounds like it's overcomplicated, I do this every single day. When Mark asks this question or asks me to describe something, I will do this bare minimum. And I'm going to say that this is my segue. I'm going to end this like digression or rant right now because it's premature. I could go on for another 3 or 4 hours, but we have lessons to do, so. And I'm not entirely sure Mark is here anymore, but I really appreciate it. If you're gonna watch this later and hear the rest of the comment, it'll be in the video. Like the most of this stuff I take great pride to some extent in sharing. So oh yeah, no worries, Mark. I just wanted to make sure, like, if you're gonna watch this later, I wanted to tell you that I like to put in at least the bare minimum. This is the bare minimum. You're catching about 80%. That's fair enough. That's fair enough, Mark. So there you have it. I'm gonna go over all of this at day 200. All of this that's different from day 100. So it would be interesting to hear what you end up doing when you're like hit a glass, like, you know how WaniKani eventually just stops, right? So the question is, what are you going to do beyond that? And you can still use WaniKani to an extent. So that's where I am now, right? I asked myself, well, burn, it shouldn't, to me, I don't want it ended at burn. Like, sure, you go past it. Like, this is a goalpost for some people, right? You get to the goalpost, and I'm like, nah, like, my life isn't just randomly going to end, or, sorry, knock on wood. My life isn't just randomly going to end when I burn everything. So why keep the eye on burn? Let's move the goalpost. And that's what I'm doing. So when someone, you know how people celebrate, and I love that they celebrate. They should celebrate if it motivates them some more. When you go on like WaniKani's forum, like, yeah, I reached level 60 celebration and whatnot. I love that other people celebrate. I typically don't celebrate anything until someone like wants me to celebrate. So whenever I think of level 60, right, when you get to like level 60, this is before burning everything, level 60, by the time I trust myself, by the time I'm approaching level 60, I've already planned something well down the line. So like I'm just gonna skip over, like 60 is gonna happen and I'm already off to the next thing. That's kind of how I think most of the time. So things don't end. They are the beginning of new things. In fact, a lot of times I stagger. So if I'm already getting close to 60, I'm starting something new with it. All the stuff that I've learned is going to be staggered. So, you know, Japanese, Chinese, Spanish. And it doesn't have to line up in Japanese, Chinese, Spanish, and then I'm going to go on to the next language. Then it's Japanese video games, Chinese video games, Spanish video games. What else? I'm gonna start writing reviews again. I love writing things, but I haven't wrote a review in a while, like a comment review or an editorial or a blog. I'm gonna write them. English, Japanese, Chinese, Spanish. So when someone says, oh yeah, I don't have a motivation to maintain the language that I have, right? What are you doing right now? Have you wrote a recipe before? Do you like cooking? If you wrote a recipe, write it in Spanish or write it in Japanese. Like, write it next to your English. There are so many things in your life. The lovely thing about having a life skill, right? A life skill, especially language learning, is there's no shortage of ways for you to retain things. The question is, have you thought about it and intent? Do you have intent to do it? For me, I don't, my question often, I'm not sure if other people ask this often times. I ask myself, am I working hard enough? I don't ask myself, is it easy enough? Rarely do I ever ask, is it easy enough? I'm asking myself, am I working hard enough? Are things becoming too easy? Because in my opinion, and this is going to be a weirder flex than anything, I'm not sure if people consider this a criticism or a flaw, but when I say you have to work sufficiently hard versus too hard, or in another way to think about it, the reverse way, the internet, far more common internet way, is it easy enough, right? Or it's usually too hard over here. So it would be like too hard, easy enough, or too easy and sufficiently hard. Or it's kind of like that. What I worry about is I need to work hard enough to be interested. But there are things that could be too easy that I just don't do anything. So it's kind of like the reverse. I guess it would be this way instead. It'd be too easy, sufficiently hard. These are the bottom line for most people. And for me, I actually operate here. So the too hard for me is very different for other people's too hard. Too hard to me is I'm going to quit. And then you're saying, well, that's exactly what people say when they're too hard. No, their too hard is not going to start. This is more of the pattern that I see when people say this is best, this is the easiest, this is the most optimized, this is better than that, you're going to fail, you're going to be successful. This is the perspective. This is my perspective. Is it too easy? Then I will likely have diminished return. What is that diminished return? It's disinteresting. What is too easy for me? Playing an identical video game with a slight iteration. Now we're talking about learning capacity here. I have guilty pleasures. I call these things that are too easy are called guilty pleasures. What is too easy for me, but I'm not looking to enrich my learning capacity? Eating ice cream. Eating my favorite sandwich that I've eaten like 1,000 times over. Easy dopamine, right? Watching an anime sequel to another anime, but they did the exact same thing, but somehow I really like it. It's so easy to understand, right? I'm not learning much, but I'm getting I'm getting diminished return in learning, but I'm getting maximized dopamine. In my opinion, the internet produced this the most, and it leads to this desire. It leads to this type of thinking. When the internet provides everything at a convenience, it's so easy that you no longer do any learning capacity or critical thinking or problem solving. Learning capacity is affected by critical thinking and problem solving. So you don't do any of that anymore. It's too easy. When things are too easy, it becomes the normal. And this too easy ends up here. Like ends up affecting this. It affects your bottom line. So whenever it is not easy enough, it's too hard. So you're not going to start it. And it's not a bad or good thing. When the internet can continue to provide things easy enough for you, you can get the job done. You can get so many things done. Now, when you're upset with yourself and you're talking to another person who may differ from you, which is me, and I'm going to tell you I'm probably below average, as in below average in the sense that I think I am part of a minority of people. Nowadays, the internet embraces and normalizes and also farms, milk money off of people doing this. It's not necessarily intentional in the sense that they knew this and they're abusing and neglecting. Rare cases, but I think the vast majority of people optimized for human condition. Human condition is the most consistent way of producing results. One of the greatest human conditions is easy, easy, easy. In the short term is effectively awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, when problems come up, that's abnormal now, right? For humans, when a problem comes up, it's rarer than not having problems. So the paradigm has shifted, in my opinion. It's not shift dramatically. Like when you're born, like in my era, before the internet, you don't think of life as, oh, I'm gonna have more problems at life than not having problems. No, consistency is the norm. But problems occurred more often with less solutions and less readily available conveniences before. So the opportunity for problem solving and critical thinking was far more available. When things come easy, they no longer are easy. They are normal. So if you're saying that it is hard for WaniKani to teach you and retain language or Duolingo doesn't teach you anything and you don't retain anything, I can't empathize with that at all. Because if I see myself having retention problems with Duolingo, I use Duolingo for what it can offer, and then I work on retention. I understand the things that I don't have from Duolingo, and I go find it. So when you are using Duolingo for exposure or practice, you find a learning source. If retention is your problem, Duolingo is your exposure, so go find a retention. Right? If you think you're not learning anything, go find a learning source, but then you will probably find out that Duolingo is great for repetition. Or like a dopamine hit to remind you what you learned, right? So despite people not being able to analytically understand their cause and consequences, what they can, if they told me these things or tried to explain these things to me by feeling alone, you can kind of argue in the same way to encourage them to do something that addresses their problem. So when someone says Duolingo doesn't teach anything, then you're going to have to find something that teaches you something. Explain to yourself why Duolingo doesn't teach you anything. I could argue with you that to me, it teaches a lot of things, but that's because the two of us are extracting things differently. So when you find out that something doesn't teach you anything, it should tell you what you should not be looking for. Or you could use critical thinking and problem solving skills to make that thing teach you something, or you use this to find something new. The downside is this is not the same as not using critical thinking and finding something new. What does that look like? More than 50% of people who try to learn something on the internet, they go and find someone else to tell them what their problem is and the solution for it. They did not use critical thinking and problem solving skills to figure out what they're going to look for next. They didn't even reflect on it. They go to a top 10 list, they go down the top 10 list and have other people explain to them why it works. And without second hesitation, they do not process what is relevant to them, because it's easier to do that. You don't have to waste time reflecting on why something failed if you only focus on the things that work, or other people telling you that it works. So that, to me, is the current state of language learning. This is the current state of language learning online. When you're getting advice from people, they are expected. Now, I'm not saying the people who are selling you theories and methods are intentionally neglecting you or misleading you. They are doing their best to support what they believe works by also being aware what sells. If all the internet audience, most of the internet audience, like over 50% of the internet audience, want to be explained explicitly why things work and how they work, then it feeds back to this, right? You're competing with other products. So when someone tells me that Duolingo doesn't explain anything, my first thought is, are you expecting it to explain everything? If it does, why did you pick Duolingo? Right? Like, if you use Duolingo is free, so you can test it out. WaniKani has a 1-month period. When you tell yourself, I'm looking for something that explains everything to me, and then you use the product and you're like, this product is garbage, it doesn't explain anything to me. And then you tell yourself one of the biggest flaws of this product is it doesn't explain anything. Meanwhile, the design intentionally does not explain anything. So is that a criticism or is that cognitive dissonance? A lot of times, advice, how people choose solutions, are not in concordance to understanding what they require. I like to think that school, again, formal education, tackling things like your job, right? Tackling things in your job often triggers critical thinking, problem solving in order to learn things without quitting. I think if I had a bottom line, if I wanted to generalize the end result, I don't say these things or reveal these things or talk about processes because I want to quit. I reveal and talk about things unnecessarily because it makes me want to keep going. It makes me want to keep improving. So when someone says, I'm not going to start that because it sucks, my question is, why don't you take up the challenge and find out if it does suck actuality? Like, well, no, it's not worth my time. It's like, that's fair. But are you going to start something in the meantime? No, you're going to spend the next 30 days trying to figure out something else, right? So the question is, if you spent those 30 days trying to start somewhere where other people have started and then learn from it, where would you be now? I'm not saying it would be better or worse. Like it's guaranteed to be better or worse. The idea is you have more than one choice. You have a lot of choices to go about this. And in my opinion, when you feel like you have a lot of choice in learning, it gives you a bit of inherent confidence. It makes you stop thinking in an all or none state or a you must do this in order to succeed state. You think about what I usually think about, which is to be sufficient. Is it sufficiently hard? Like, can you learn something from this? My odds are saying 99.9% chance I'm going to learn something from Duolingo, despite what tons of people keep saying. You get negative learning somehow. You get negative learning, you develop bad habits, so you're going to have to unlearn those bad habits. You're not going to learn anything about grammar, which apparently I still haven't because someone told me that I didn't learn anything. And you're never going to use any of the Japanese that you've learned in Duolingo because all of it is not real Japanese, right? So not only did Duolingo do all those things in some capacity, it led me to WaniKani. WaniKani led me to podcast. Podcast led me to vlogging. In fact, all of them were already part of my lifestyle. But now, because I use Duolingo, WaniKani, my podcasts, my anime, my video games now have those as part of their routine. So some days I sit there and say, huh, that's a weird sounding word. Huh, how would I go about this? You know, I kind of remember this being in Duolingo Japanese somewhere. It's kind of like it was like section 3, unit 14, I think. And I look at section 3, unit 14. Oh, okay, so that's what made me think about it. Well, you know what? I could have went about this by looking at the own and the radicals. I think this was like on level 10 of WaniKani, I believe. So let's go back to WaniKani level 10. Oh, okay, there's that character I was thinking of. Like, well, you know what? This kind of actually reminds me of the Chinese character. What was that? Like level 28? It was one of the components. Let's go look at HanziHero. That's how I go about it. That's how I build memory. So, to all due respect to those people who try really hard to say you only like think in certain ways and you try to not relate certain things, that's fair. Especially language. Somehow, like Chinese is sufficiently different from Japanese, in which, in your use case, that somehow you're only going to use Chinese in certain situations and Japanese in certain situations. I get it. Very pragmatic. My memory goes in a whole different loopy way. So yes, when someone says, "Oh, you mixed up Chinese and Japanese." That's why I don't learn Japanese and Chinese together. Like, okay. And then, you know, they only want to see the parts that I confuse. So if you only want to witness and confirm your suspicions that yes, learning Chinese and Japanese can cross your wires, are you able to see all the times it doesn't cross wires, or how the cross wires affect other areas of learning? You can choose not to, but I will sure as heck try to demonstrate that. I will try to explain how Duolingo made me treat WaniKani differently. I've talked with other people who went from WaniKani and then adding Duolingo, and how they like view it differently, and that's pretty cool. I think that's neat. So even then, when someone goes think that they know Spanish well enough, and now they're just moving to Chinese, and they're still translating to English as opposed to translating to Spanish, maybe they will. I don't know. That's what I'm doing. Like, I actually spend more time thinking in Chinese when I'm learning Japanese than English. I explain things in English that are not relevant, like not directly relevant to understanding what the Japanese word means. Most of the time when I'm thinking like, I don't know, let's just, you know, let's use ichi, right? Ichi, that's ichi or I, right? I see I and ichi, and then I see one. So that's one. That's ichi and I. So you can decide like, oh, that's only ichi. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Perfectly all right. It's ends to a means to an end, right? Anyways, this is I'm starting to like bridge into controversial territory. So this is as far as how go for this type of thing. It will probably be later in WaniKani as well. In the review, this would be where I would add like the FAQ section or something anecdotal. I think this mindset, they both exist. One is far more popular than another mindset, and it's a consequence, in my opinion, or it correlates. I'm not gonna say cause. Like, I take back consequence. It's a possibly a side effect, an indirect or a correlative thing that is happening with how people learn. I do earnestly believe that the fundamentals of learning are no longer the same. So and it's due to social conditions like normalization. That this is not where my theory came from. It wasn't from language learning originally. It was from financial education, decision making, and communication. All three of these had a paradigm shift as well. Getting financial education is like so different now. It's someone telling you what's going to happen when you invest, not invest to be alert and practice in understanding what comes of your investment. So there's no like upkeep. A lot of times there's no process or building or self-checking or oversight. It's often you get a result is presented to you as a way to guarantee its result if you invest. So when you pick up WaniKani, you're going to look at someone like myself. Actually, I highly doubt someone like when they type in WaniKani, oh, how good is WaniKani? And my video is going to show up because I have none of those indications. There's a very minimal of saying, here's a 10-minute brief summary of how to use WaniKani in a very simple, digestible way in which the result already happened. And then I'm assuming everything about anyone who has who's going to watch the video, and I'm selling it. So for me, if you're going to ask a question, obviously I invite you to stop on by, and maybe I can show you that I care enough to give you an answer that you might not like to hear, or it might just be too boring for you. And that's fair enough. Like, we all have our priorities. One of the biggest things are for all the people who stay or occasionally stop by, I love to hear their like 3-hour or 4-hour spiel about their like favorite movie or their favorite practices, because in my opinion, that's where improvements in memory are priceless. I'm gonna end this with a very positive note about other content creators, because I feel like I might be throwing some shade into the internet space. I don't think that's the case. I'm gonna highlight a person that I've heard an anecdote from. When it comes to getting advice from people or getting insight from people, you often want to ask them to summarize their experiences and the nuances of their experiences, not necessarily primarily focus on the content of their expertise, because nowadays the internet has plenty of that. It arguably has all of it. What it doesn't have is the experience of the expert. So to echo one person's anecdote, one person who is now an acclaimed award-winning public speaker, he had the opportunity to meet with some of his aspiring people, like some of his inspirations. And he talked about how, can I get an hour of your time? And what he did was he was interested in the wisdom that person had, as opposed to the information that he can get anywhere else. And that was transformative. So yes, when someone tells me Anki will teach me 4,000 kanji in like 20 minutes, I'm like, yes, you can probably learn 4,000 kanji or see 4,000 kanji in many different ways. It is not it's not a revelation, nor is it informative on how it will affect me, right? I know that in the internet days, people like to throw numbers around. It's kind of like, for lack of a better word, when a student enters college and they believe that data, like having facts, is sufficient to develop wisdom and interpretation. They would say things like, oh, there are 100 goldfish in New Hampshire, and New Hampshire happens to be the happiest state in the United States. Therefore, goldfish can lead to happiness. That is kind of how I feel a lot of times when someone is trying to sell me advice or convince me on advice in language learning. Now, it is their prerogative. I'm not going to say you're wrong, or you should reconsider, or gaslight you and convince you that that's a logical fallacy or what have you. I just hope that your decisions that you make would like to welcome my perspective as a consideration, and then you continue to make decisions that make you successful at your goals. So if thinking that something teaches more kanji somehow makes it a better product, and it led you to a product that helps you learn more kanji, then honestly, it's not my place to interfere or tell you that I know better or I know worse or I had a different experience. However, if you're asking me a question, I'll probably do as much as I can to offer my wisdom, as opposed to telling you, well, you know, you could learn 400 kanji here and then learn 400 more kanji that's different from the 400 kanji here. Then you can learn like 1,000 that aren't in those two. So what does that sound like? JLPT 1, JLPT 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 resource. So you can combine all 5 of these resources to get the 4,000 kanji. I'm making up numbers, by the way, because I don't concern myself with that type of approach. But then you would get the same kanji from this one source that teach all the kanji. So what have you learned? You predicated your decision on a metric that does not explain the first thing, in my opinion, or I like to think one of the earliest things that eventually dawns on budding scientists or budding mathematicians or statisticians or engineer, and that's the importance of methodology. The understanding of methodology explains the value of the metrics. And I don't expect that in a world where most people, in my opinion, don't have to do that anymore. They are told that those metrics do that. It's easier and more convenient to say, I read this number, tell me what the number tells me. Right? So when someone tells you you have walked more steps, that a tracker tells you you have walked more steps than yesterday, you want to be told, what does that mean? What does that translate into consequences? So then all you have to do is focus on not having to critically think or problem solve about what those steps actually mean. Because you could say, I've walked 3,000 steps yesterday. I've walked 3,001 steps tomorrow. Now, I have used this advice before. I really have. But that is 1 foot through the door situation. So when someone is incapable of walking 3,000 steps, you start with 1 step, then 2 steps, 3 steps. That is the beginning of that person's journey into understanding how they can develop the understanding of the value of taking 1 step, taking 2 steps, taking 3 steps. Language, 1 word, 2 words, 3 words, 1 grammar concept, 2 grammar concept, 1 story, 2 stories, 1 anime, 2 anime, 1 self-written book, 2 self-written books. That is the beginning of the journey. So it's very useful when you begin things. So I hope that decision leads to far more complex versions of problem solving, critical thinking. And every once in a while, those people who develop all those successes decide, I think I'm sufficient in academic exploration, and now I want to produce a product that may instruct and try to summarize all my wisdom into a product. Then you have those people. Now, does that allow the people who are buying that product to develop that sense of that skill that led to this person's success? No, because objectively they're trying to not do that. They're trying to expedite that. So when you consume someone's product that is made for mass consumption, problem solving, critical thinking skills would tell you that it's probably incredibly streamlined, and there's a lot of methodology and loss in translation and experience that is not captured in that product. Now the question is, can you turn that into experiences? So If I see someone tell me this is the best product ever, I'm going to try to improve it. If I use a product, I'm going to try and improve it. If it's the suckiest product and someone says you have to try this, I'm going to try to do something else with it while I'm using it, right? I don't think you need to settle for the tool. The tool rarely ever defines a human being, at least in my opinion. Yet, I think the impression that I get is people speak as though it does. So, oh, you use Duolingo. You're only going to be Duolingo fluent. It's like, no, I'm not. Like, what makes you think that? Oh, it's probably, if I had to be really aggressive about this, you probably think that whatever you see on stream is the only thing I do. Because that's the same thing as looking at a Duolingo user and saying that they only use Duolingo. However, I don't blame them to thinking that way, because they probably, maybe over 50% of the time, are correct, because they themselves also do the same thing. It's like, I'm an Anki user, so I'm only going to mention Anki, and the consideration and comparisons only in the frame of Anki. That's not a bad or a good thing. You can still get to your goals, you know, learning 4,000 kanji with Anki, right? As long as it's appropriate. The question is, can I talk to this person? Can I interact with this person and say something different? Usually I try. And mixed results. My current preliminary impressions that you don't touch Anki when you're talking about Japanese. You can definitely touch Anki when you're talking about Chinese and Spanish. So it might be it's a much more complex question in terms of the normalized behavior when double standards come into play with language. But yeah, there you have it. One of my favorite topics. Sorry, hang on, let me ban this Twitch bot, my daily Twitch bot, reminding me my Twitch feed is still working. All right, nice. Thank you again, Mark. And I hope all your studies and stuff are doing well. I totally stole the mic, but hopefully your Japanese studies and whatnot are doing well, and you're staying interested and motivated and finding different ways to interact with your target language. All right. Now it's time to start our review. Did I need to go over? No, I think we were fine, right? Yesterday we were fine. Usually mistakeless. Okay, let's get into this. Whoops, I need to get rid of this. If I forgot, that's perfectly alright. One day is not gonna break the bank. Okay. Okay. Oh, and today is our off day, so we're waiting for like the second peak day. So all of these should be in old group. This should be an old group, right? So that's my mindset right now. Old group. Kaimono. Okay. Oh god. That feeling? Okay, uriage. What is uriage? We're gonna skip this. For the meaning for now. Kaeru. Ooh. Yes. No. Yes. I'm just gonna go for it. I feel like this is good. Shikaishi. Shikaishi. We're gonna skip this for now. Okay. Oh no, 决定是什么？决定是 determine, right? 决定是determine, supposed to determine, but what is 决? I can't think. Jazz is too strong. Too strong. D. D. Nope. Oh, maybe like
屋上
Okujo. Okay.
売り手
Urite or merchant.
ちょうどいい
Chodoi. That's right. Sure. I got this B, not B. Because of B for compare in Chinese. That was a gut feeling. There's another one. Gut feeling. Kuraberu?
比べる
Yeah, kuraberu. Okay. What am I looking at? It's not silver, right? It's not silver. So it's root. Oh, this is our newest one. This got added. Right? Yesterday. What the heck? Oh.
対決
Aiketsu. It has a different recording as well, which is interesting. It's slightly different. You can hear the different recording or voice recording. There are a few in the old ones too, where the recording environment changed noticeably. What was this, like Showdown? Okay.
気持ち
Mochi. Uh-oh. Chinese. 保持 suru. What was 保持? Oh. Yoji suru? No, hoji suru? Hoji? No. Alright, we're passing. I'll come back to it. Ooh, that's not great. I think we're already over 10 skipped. Yeah, a little bit of a long day today. Okay. Is this the one? This is special. It's probably special because it doesn't. This is not a. It's an onyomi. Whoops. Try. My gut feeling was like something like this. Okay, just kidding. All right, well, pass on this too. Oh no, these are the greatest hits. Nope, gut feeling didn't work. Somehow I still want to type this. I do. But I don't think it's the same meaning. Huh. I doubt it. Yeah. What is this? They're like actions. Alright, we're gonna move this. We'll sort it out soon enough. We'll sort it out soon enough. Gut
角
feeling? Kaku. Whoops.
心持ち
Kokoromochi. Whoops. Oh. Oh, that's an interesting gut feeling mix. Gut feeling? I have no idea. Okay.
転がす
Korogasu. Uh,
苦手
Nigate. Just bad or skilled, unskilled, maybe unskilled, or hard to deal with. Okay, that's fine. They're all in the same vein, really. Right.
本物
Huh. Hmm. Like live thing? Like living? Real thing? All of them. All of them. Like a real thing is often like a I guess like a real deal. Yeah, that's it's okay. Oh, I should add main thing. A main thing is still close enough.
金持ち
Anemochi, which happens to be a Duolingo unit as well. Anemochi, okanemochi. What do we have? Nyujo.
入所
I dendaku'd for no apparent reason there.
見送る
Gut feeling? Miokuru. Miokuru.
欠かす
Akasu. Or to like do without. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this was what I was thinking of. That's why I got those. Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Sort of. Right? Yol and it's not Chu, but what is that? Gut feeling? Nope. That doesn't work. I'm basically just thinking about pouring right now. But I only have the kun. We'll come back to this.
乗り場
Noriba. I have a isn't this the no, this isn't it. This is a special case. We're gonna wait on that.
乗り物
Dorimomo. Transportation and or vehicles? Try vehicles. That's fine. Oh. Yeah? No. Akeinu.
負け犬
Oh. Wait. I want to say this is special, but it's not, right? No, it is. Wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is.
仕事
Shigoto. Of course. Yeah, work. Sorry, I read the context sentence. In the end of the day, read the context. Shigoto. Oh, for work. I drew a blank. These things happen.
集中する
Yuchu suru. I think this is Mokuji. No, it's not Yeah, it's probably Mokuji. No. Wait.
見事
Mingoto. That is Mingoto. See thing. No ki. Mingoto na ki desu ne. Oh, is it like blended? Yeah. Context sentences. Even though the sentence was like a tree, it could have been anything. It could have been a green tree or a I don't know, big tree and whatnot. But the thing is, all the other adjectives are taken up. So splendid. And this is how it works sometimes. what knowing what it is not and what it is can help as well. Again, much easier if you're watching anime because they could be pointing to a tree. It could look like a really glistening tree. It could be glowing. Or if you're reading a story, they were talking about a tree and describing how beautiful it was, and then you could probably get migoto as something like splendid, right? So yes, it would be easier if there were more context, for sure. Agreed. I didn't think that was the case. So is this is this the Alright, we're gonna skip. I have too many skips today, so it'll be a long day here. Sky Auto. What? Oh, wait.
使い方
Sky kata. That's fine. Uh-oh. What is that in the middle? That is not a kun. What is the... Oh, there we go for this. For whatever reason, I want to type this, so we're just going to type this. That's not it. I think that's a word though. Chu. I don't know what that is anymore. Oh, is it like middle? I don't know. I think we're getting into all our repeats soon, so we're gonna have to put on our thinking caps. I don't know what this is. Lid with elbow? Is that trash? Trash. I don't know what I'm looking at anymore. This is gonna be rough. The heck? I feel like I know this. Dang it. I feel like I already know this. Hold up. Wait, did I already type? Oh no. Yeah, oh man. Alright, that's gonna take a while. So oh no, Qiu? Or not Qiu. This is Gong. Gong, what is Gong? Man, we have a lot. A lot. Uh, um... No way. No. Oh, I remember what the onyomi is for this, but that's not what we're looking for, right? I have no idea. Oh man, these are tough. What? Oh.
生物学
It's uh Moji. Was it literally? Yeah, literally. Okay, I'm pretty sure we're down to 17, so we're gonna have to figure this out now. This is like literally. I think I'm pretty sure it's mochi. Did I? Oh, I typoed. I typed oh instead of ooh. What? No, wait. What? Okay, that can't. What? Oh. No. It's not ooh. It's correct. Did I not? So mochi dori.
文字通り
Okay, mochi dori. That's weird. Oh, there's still more.
入学試験
入学試験. Oh, okay. Okay, hold up. Oh, like maybe like okay. Fair enough. Shikaishi. What do we have? Nanka shikaishi shitai na. Maka? Makatsuku kara. I see. How about... No. I'm having problems with the she. She is kind of drawing a blank. What's that sound like? Shikaishi. Returning someone has done, right? Done. Oh, revenge. I screwed up on this. Maybe like te suru.
決定する
Ete suru. All right. Oh, this one probably took the kun verse, right? Nope. Okay. It was the on. If it's very low, something too low. Oh, nice. It's so low that you get you start feeding people with tater tots. It's such a silly mnemonic. Okay, and then hoji suru.
保持する
I accidentally put u there. Hoji suru. Maybe like to maintain. Fine. Ooh, 10 more. This is ripe. Accept and attach. So we have accept, attach. Wait, is this no way, right? Oh no, just kidding. Oh, it could be like no. Okay, accept attach. Actually having problems with it. Yeah, ooh. So now we're doing process elimination, right? So the other one, it's the was the kun, but there is a rare on. But I don't think it's hatsu. What is another attach? I'm not quite. And then there's ju. G. Oh no, wait. No. That is yeah. Oh, yes. Duolingo Japanese. Duolingo Japanese right now. When you're being accepted, IK or K. Yeah, Kaike. Or K. Oh no, sorry, Keitai. Keitai, right? I. Oh no, wait. Am I thinking of something else? I'm thinking of reception, right? If you're accepting. What? Keitai. Kaik. No, not. Oh, I thought it was Kaik. Oh no, wait, but that doesn't. I works on the right. No. Making this hard. We'll come back to this. I'm pretty sure it's reception. And then I know this as do, but is it like important or heavy or something? Or I think this is work. And then we have or. Oh. Oh no. Wait. This is special. It's like this is probably the silly one, right? I can only think of the silly one. So it's kata. Wait, it's like da arakajime.
あらかじめ
Arakajime. And what happened here? I don't know what happened here. Oh wait. No. Oh wait. I know. Wait. Is it? Yeah. Right?
物語
Monogatari. Yeah. This actually deals with a personal memory. Tale. And then. Oh, this is currently being sold. But I don't know. Hatsu. I want to say like Hatsubaichu. Whoops, that's not how I... Ah! Hatsubaichu.
発売中
Oh, it is Hatsubaichu. Like for sale now or something like that. Yeah, that's fine. They're kind of weak, but they're the very last one that I just recently moved. Probably the worst. This isn't Tamis. Probably Tamis.
試す
Okay, we're getting to the bad. We're getting to the womp womp ones. This is special. I don't remember how it's special. Hold on. These ones will probably likely get resurrected. Like, this will probably get resurrected with Atarashi or something. As an example of what I was talking about the burn review, but only when this gets added. So Atarashi will stay burned until this comes up again, and then this gets burned, and then I'll resurrect both Atarashi and this, because that I want to link them together, I think, because it helps me, I think, right? And I don't... It's Ara, but I don't remember why. I think Arata, Aratana, yeah, Arata
新た
or Arata, not the other way around, right? Level, level up, level up すると新たなで、ステージに行くことができますよ。I think it's still like newly or something. Newly. Yeah. Context sentences. Helpful. For whatever reason, I just want to type the right here. Okay. That's not it. What is making this difficult? Probably because it's not complicated. Doesn't have a lot of things going on. We have what, power, and oh, is it like indes? No? Oh, this is achievement, right? Oh. Oh, then this has got to be then, because I just got the... Oh no. I think it might be the left side that is missing something. Yeah, I already tried that. Safe, calm, sell? Safe, calm, sell. Alright, we gotta write this. This one's really... I have no idea. It's the left character. Left character is probably the weakest. Oh, what am I talking about? It's not weak. Oh, it's not calm or safe. It's it's cheap. That's right, cheap. Oh no, that's fine. Cheap is oops. What? It's ya. Oh, probably like yasauri. Yasauri. What? Oh, I was pretty sure I was on point. Oh, no. This is modified, so I gotta still write this. This is pretty bad. Cheap sell plus D. Right? It's definitely discounted. Discount. And I think I had a typo. I'm pretty sure I had a typo. It's still yasu, right? Yasu and then uri.
安売り
Yeah, yasuri. Double kuns. So yasuri. That's why did I think this is safe? Because it does mean safe, right? This is discount. Oh, relax. Yeah, relax and safe, but in Japanese it also means cheap. Yeah. I totally forgot. Yasui. Of course, Yasui. Okay, and this we'll practice these two. These two are pretty rough. So what is this? I think it's accept plus attach. Oh yeah, attach. So usually the attach was introduced as t, but that would imply that this could use. But what was the attach? What was the on or attach? And the left side, I don't have the. I have a kun. Ooh. I also have ju. I think. I have ju as the on. But I'm pretty sure this is reception. But it's not kaike because that's not right. Kaike is in it like it's dealing with more of a different. Yeah, this is combining two things. So what was u for ukeru? Right, ukeru and tsukeru or something. So uketsuke. It's probably uketsuke.
受付
Which is reception or receptionist. Yikes. Yeah, uketsuke, I don't think that is the first time that popped up. So what are we doing? It's because it's double kun and it's double kun. It's also so special double kun and it's double on verb relation. It's a double verb relation and then reception, or I guess reception after. I already know what it means, but unfortunately I don't know how to read it, or like have the reads, which happens sometimes. Most of the time, since I practice reading most of it, it's usually I know what it sounds like, I know what I'm imagining, but I can't interpret it, as in write the English definition. I don't know, sometimes I don't know what they're looking for. Okay, all right, let's go over harmonics. It wasn't too bad. Today was okay. I was so much more in the groove of talking about talking about methods. Let's see. We have attach. Oh, that's a coincidence. Attach, valley, bass, drums, and zombie. Do our reads. Yogurt. Oh no. We don't need this anymore. What am I doing? So yo sho mon ke hin hin su shu ko yu shin ako ne ni ek ten 天気天気笑え時間 send help Ben Ben se do show can ki son zon sen o jo ne he han. All right, so I totally spaced out on oh my goodness, that is one very terrible writing. Okay, so we have yasu and an, right? Yasu and an, and I defaulted to an because of Chinese, so there is a somewhat selective bias here. Uh-oh. What was sell? No. My only thought was like something. Uh-oh. Alright, I gotta. Oh, it was fine. Oh, it was soldier on top, right? I got my, heck. Why does it do this? Whatever. Okay. Oh, wait. Maybe I can... I'm kind of curious now. What if I tap on this? Oops. It should have preserved this thing. That's kind of annoying. Alright, so... Soldier. So what was this? Yeah, Ri. Right. So yasu. I totally spaced out on yasu. Feels bad, man. Yasu u was not spaced. U was fine. So yasuri discount. Basically sell cheap discount. These are not a problem. And then we would compare this to adding a pivot to yasui, which is cheap. That's our connection, right? So like for example here, yasuri, I would resurrect this one if yasui is in the pool of burned items. So that would be an example. I would resurrect both yasui and yasuri at the same time. Off of the weakness, whichever one is the weakness. If the weakness is uri, I would pick a second thing attached to uri, which uru would be a great example, right? Then if both of these are a problem, then I would take yasui, uru, and yasuru all resurrect at the same time, and then those three would be linked together and getting reinforced together. So then what happens is that those things are no longer disjointed. They are associated with each other using mechanically what WaniKani already does, right? That's the idea anyways. And usually I try to do that already. That's how I'm figuring out yasuri is discount. I'm already thinking that. But it can use for some reinforcement. And sometimes literally being reinforced and being held accountable is mechanically helpful, right? Kind of like writing, sort of. And now I'm having trouble uketsuke. Uketsuke is... That doesn't look correct. That doesn't look correct either. That looks weird. All right, I'm missing something. Oh, wait. Maybe. I'll have to look. Oops. Wait, no, yeah, that's fine. The kids get, which is reception. Receptionist. Let's double check. Oh, it's not foreman. It's folding. It's not foreman. Folding chair. Folding stool. Oh, and another thing that I quite like more about HanziHero, instead of using the near rhyme system, is that you can write the stuff based on the mnemonics. So using mnemonics to describe the characters help with the writing, and I enjoy being able to write. So what I'm saying here is the way I remember the rough image of uke is that I remember cleats, crown, and a foreman. I thought it was a cleats, crown, and a foreman. And that's not because WaniKani does it. It's because HanziHero does it. So I'm importing pretty much most of the things from HanziHero, because HanziHero practices a way to remember radicals, in which WaniKani dispenses oftentimes, and largely because they're broken up a lot more in the way it's a lot more disjointed between the two. But in the future, if I continue to have problems with uketsuke, like for writing and whatnot, I can prioritize and add like a different approach to it, which could be creating a mnemonic mnemonic system that I've been adopting from another place. And how do we attach more things, lack of a better word, how do we attach more things to this? Pretty sure is, for both of these, is adding keru for their actions, which is to accept and or to be accepted. No, to accept. It's keru. To accept and also to attach. Let's double check. Yeah, ukeru, and then to attach, right? Or to attach something, right? Tsukeru. So that's where uketsuke comes from, and that's where I'm getting my things. So an example of this is if I continue to have trouble with receptionists, I would resurrect ukeru and tsukeru in the same thing, whichever comes last. So all three of them have to be burned before they are resurrected. And the very important, it's coming up soon. It's less than 13 days, so it's within 2 weeks now. The burn review. Why, in my opinion, is it important for me to have a burn review? It makes me choose what is related and what I need to review. Now, you can do this already. You don't have to wait for WaniKani. Lots of people have used a different adaptive way of doing this. They start in Anki deck. So I never used Anki before, like the actual platform, but I know the conceptual understanding of what Anki does. So you can do a meta level of maintenance. And for a lot of people, they intuit the idea coming from Anki to WaniKani or WaniKani to Anki is that you create a meta deck. The meta deck is of all the decks in which you define how the things are related and then add them to a second deck. And then that second deck is all the things you consciously provide context for each other. So for me, I'm doing it right now with WaniKani, whatever WaniKani is offering. But I technically could use another tool to sub-remember those things in a more lazy way, but efficient. Lazy but efficient. So for example, instead of manually thinking to myself every time I'm stuck on uketsuke, I'm like, okay, I'm going through this. Instead, you could practice it literally by placing those things in a different deck and then having them associate with each other. You can also literally write notes in uketsuke, right? Uketsuke, and say, oh yeah, and then they provided some of that, right? WaniKani does describe, oh, do you remember uke? In ukeru, and then if you remember tsukeru, or you can literally do it. So the idea of the burn review is I'm actualizing it. I'm picking out the ones myself. So the act of doing it raises more attention to it. You can have a system do it and trust that the system will give you the repetition, or you can do both. And usually I tend to do both. So burning items can be a passive process, or it can be an active one. And for me, just talk, like, right this moment, just talking about these right this moment. When it comes back around another 3 months, I'm probably going to remember it because I spent a lot of time using these as examples of burn reviews. So in the future, when I'm going to burn my first item, I'm focusing. All right, thanks, Loopy. That was kind of weird. Okay, so that is where we're trying to imitate here, right? Trying to create where this WaniKani may be able to tell you some loose ways that you either should remember something or retain something, or like maybe a year or two with disuse. However, that's understanding if the methodology is able to do all of it very consistently. And for myself, I see that it might not be. So I like to make as many part of interacting with the tool as active as possible. So even something as simple as burning something can be more than what it is. I personally have a little bit of a disagreement of having things burn because you don't see it. It can be extended with a glass ceiling of 1 year or something. However, I can kind of see the appeal of showing that there's an end to it. Right. Anyways. Yeah. Once again, that's the end of WaniKani for today. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Once again, I love discussion, opportunities to discuss about things, regardless of when the time presents itself. I keep telling myself that I want to keep it a little bit brief, and it is genuinely briefer than when I take time to go over the stuff. So most of the stuff that I mentioned today, again, thanks to Mark Sands for the opportunity to practice in advance. Most of the stuff I'm going to say was not present in my 100-day review of my experience with WaniKani. I basically use WaniKani vanilla and integrate and bring in as much stuff as possible without mechanically being part of the routine and whatnot. And then in the 200 days, which will be another month from now, right? We have what, 36 days or 35 days, not including the day. So we have 35 days, a little over a month now before I do the review, and it will be a very long one. It will be, I haven't even decided if it's going to be a two-parter, but it'll be 5 hours or longer to cover that stuff. And it's not necessarily attempting to summarize for the benefit of being brief for other people. But if you're curious, you can always like skip around and look at it. It's largely for myself. I think practicing the things I observe, recording the things I observe, listening to myself, holding myself accountable is a practice in instruction and demonstration. I don't find myself much like language learning. I think people can appreciate this. If you're not eventually going to use what you learn, despite learning all of it, like you can even be incredibly fluent in Japanese, you get rusty, right? Or even speaking for the first time or becoming fluent. Well, I like to learn Japanese and Chinese and Spanish while also reinforcing the very thing that motivates me to do any of these things in the first place. So no, Japanese fluency, Chinese fluency, Spanish fluency is not my goal. It is a wonderful, welcome consequence of primarily focusing on the pursuit of academic education, especially one of intellectual education. I'm not going to be doing flips or incredible high act feats of physical endurance and whatnot. Largely, I like to talk about things in an explicit way to demonstrate that being active in the moment can have a lot of catharsis, it have a lot of potential, and it's a skill that critical thinking and problem solving skills are something that makes... I can't describe this to other people. I can't ask them to empathize with me. The idea is doing them and finding your version of this creates a lifetime of conscious security. It makes you feel competent enough that you'll gain satisfaction and learning rewards from most things you tackle. However, despite whatever the glass ceiling is or the efficiency or whatnot, you make it work. And that's probably what I'm going to continue doing, regardless of if it's talking about video games, controversial topics, the idea, decision making, right? Investing, financial stuff, talking and discussing, having disagreements with other people, developing communication skills, or developing imaginary skills that other people believe don't exist, like emotional intelligence, charisma, right? Charisma, wisdom. In fact, I actually think individuals who don't, but those things are corollary when they correlate and coincidentally align with each other. Those who think that emotional intelligence doesn't exist also probably think that wisdom is the summation of people's intelligence. Wisdom and intelligence are very differential from each other, but they are involved in each other. So knowing a lot of things does not make you emotionally intelligent. Knowing a lot of things doesn't make you very wise. Emotional intelligence and the ability to be cultured, right, or having the ability to empathize, exudes a lot of elements of wisdom. Knowing to help someone requires wisdom. Knowledge, in my opinion, might be sufficient sometimes when you're borrowing other people's experience, not experience of your own. And you may have limited success for yourself most of the time because you have to trust wholeheartedly the experience of someone else wholesale instead of being able to integrate and interact with the experiences other people are sharing and the experiences of your own. So yes, there can be inconsistencies because the last time I checked, most people, the older they get, the less and less likely that they're like another person. So I think that consistency leads to some side effects. And one of those side effects is a great perk because it's often viewed as positive. The positive thing is the security that you know, yeah, a lot of people say this is hard, this is easy, but I can make it work, right? And I can not only make it work, I can spend time showing how I make it work for other people and hopefully encourage them to make it work for themselves. I think that, in my opinion, is what originally made content creators and the pioneers of content creators and the internet a wonderful place. It was a place where there's a normalized understanding that the best is not the end-all be-all, but creation and the ability to be able to do things because you can is what filled the internet with content in the first place, or originally. Nowadays, though, it has undergone a renaissance of optimization to the point where facts are cheap. And what I mean by that, facts are cheap, I'm not talking about facts are not useful. I'm talking about facts are easily accessible. There's no longer a need to invest and peruse, scrutinize, and understand how facts are being used. Facts are now cheap, easy, and accessible. So you can garner facts and data. You can even create and fabricate data at a rapid rate. You can even limit and create echo chambers, excluding facts and only seeing facts based on your behavior. So facts are easy, cheap, and convenient. And because, in my opinion, much like what I mentioned earlier, that facts are easy, cheap, and convenient, one can be easily using them to make decisions that are irrelevant to those facts. Like my kanji example. And then you have like 4 different people talking about, well, do you really need to know 4,000 kanji? Some people might, some people might not. The devil is in the methodology or the details in some case, but I would say the methodology, because the person that goes about determining whether it is useful or not is in their methodology, not in the end thing saying, I like 4,000 kanji, I like 3,000 kanji. That doesn't explain anything other than one number is smaller than the other, right? And then that's where, in my opinion, it has become oversimplified. I know 3,000 kanji, someone knows 4,000 kanji. Since 4,000 is greater than 3,000, that other person who knows 4,000 must be better at Japanese. Right? Data. Data creates a starting place to determine a interpretation. But since it's so cheap and accessible, you can collect a lot of data to confirm through selective bias whatever you want to believe. It's not as cheap and not as convenient to null hypothesis test and or delve into methodology, because the internet cuts all of that out nowadays. If you're a science student, or when you're in class reading a scientific article, if you're one of those who believe it's faster to read the introduction, maybe like 2 paragraphs of the introduction, skip all the way to the conclusion and look at the results section if the conclusion is interesting. If the conclusion is interesting, and then you step back and only go back to the results, then that's what I'm talking about. That is the workflow of the internet. You read the introduction to see if it's relevant to your question at hand. You skip to the conclusion to see if you agree and or interested in the conclusion. Then you go back and look at the results and you infer everything else. All the methodology, all the things are inferred. Rarely is it asking yourself, did the methodology lead to that result in which it explains the conclusion? You're not evaluating them. And you predicate your entire decision making, in my opinion, a large majority of decision making, based on that leap of logic. You leaped from introduction to conclusion. And it's not to the fault of the people, because in my opinion, a vast majority of content creators cut that out. It's too long. Methodology is too long. And I don't think they are at fault either, because that's how fast the internet goes. So if you're competing with each other, ain't got time for methodology. Case in point, whatever I said today, I'm probably gonna say at least 50 times over for the next 50 people. And what happens? Probably going to continue saying that, because until the internet has a paradigm shift, this stuff is not important. It's not important to anyone. I think I'm very comfortable with the reality that if I'm talking to someone 9 out of 10 times, they're telling me a result that they don't understand what it means. And it's because many enough people understand that to be true, and therefore it is. as opposed to discussing what that means to them and how it's relevant to me. Yeah, that's kind of what language learning has taught me. Video games is very similar. You exchange out for what is the best method to what is the best game, because its story is awesome. Nice. I don't know what that means. The gameplay is old but new. I don't know what that means. Oh, the game is repetitive, but repetitive enough. I don't know what that means. Right? So oftentimes when you look at journalism and whatnot, they're opinion piece. So I have a suggestion for that too. Go and find someone you resonate with in every detail of their transparency. So if you have a journalist who you really like and they spend a lot of time explaining what they do in their off time, invest in the person parasocially. If that person really is close to you in many different ways, it strengthens the odds that their opinion piece will help you in decision making. But the internet doesn't focus or emphasize learning about people. They emphasize looking at people as a set of data points. So when someone isn't popular, clearly you can't resonate with someone that's popular because you're looking for someone that is popular. So, and the internet runs on numbers. So even if there is a person out there who does something professionally very well, you might not ever even see them because it runs on popularity. Data doesn't distinguish the appropriateness or application of human goals. Data runs on data. So if you're coincidentally in the majority, then awesome. I love Clair Obscur. The Clair Obscur is the game of the year, in my opinion, of 2025. Just so happens, a lot of other people thought so too. Clair Obscur was my game of the year contender when it was first announced last year, because I happened to coincidentally love its presentation, its mechanics, and what I understand about the current trend in the consumer market for video games. So I followed it. That doesn't mean it would have been guaranteed to be game of the year in 2025. So, but the internet can make you think that, right? I think that I just wanted to offer something, a blind spot, right? I am very, very cognizant of my own blind spot as a human being, much like everyone else. The idea is, are you satisfied with your results all the time? Are you having consistent success? Success in which you feel security and being challenged but unwavered. Like, I take on challenges every day, I suppose. I mean, I started with Duolingo. If you wanted a challenge in using Duolingo and streaming, pick up Duolingo Japanese and tell me how your experience is. We can even talk shop, right? Pick up WaniKani, do WaniKani in front of public people, like stream WaniKani, demonstrate your process. And I would love to welcome you, as most of my end comments these days. I welcome anyone who pick up WaniKani, share with other people, do as I do, but make it your own. And we can share those experiences and talk shop or do anything else. Share your Anki process. Share your, despite copyright and stuff, if you found a way to stream anime and not get slapped by every single anime publisher, share that. If I see that it is possible, I will probably do that too, right? If you believe your method is so good, share it with the world. I think sharing methods, sharing processes is underrated right now. People don't have time for it. Not necessarily because they literally don't have time for it. I honestly think they mentally do not make time for it. Like, or accessibility is non-existent. So who has time to sit down and invest in a person when you can get the download and the TLDR from 300 people in the same amount of time? Like, well, the difference between having a life skill and a hobby is that. I think that's a really contentious point, but my hobbies are very not treated like tenuous things that stay, like, are temporary. My hobbies are my life skills. Most of the stuff I do are life skill oriented. So if you're not willing to invest in language learning as a life skill or having Japanese part of your life, I think it's very reflective in the way you treat the learning process of language learning. Like, if you think jumping from the next fad to the next fad, or the next trendy thing to the next trendy thing, and it gets you to where you go, awesome. And I hope at the same time you discover, or to all those people out there, discover how to make the Japanese you learn to be part of your life. Because life skills require maintenance. Hobbies do not. You can drop a hobby and maybe feel insecure that you wasted your time with a hobby. I don't really know how that works for a lot of people who cope, but that's coping. My hobbies, regardless if I'm doing them or not, has come back. Like, what this reminds me of a puzzle game. I'll let you, as a rhetoric, I'll let you decide how I'm treating WaniKani as a puzzle game. My joys with puzzle games involve very similar things. I learned science like it was a puzzle game, right? So hopefully your lives are as dynamic as this, because I genuinely believe it leaves people very excited about their lives and being interested in other people's lives. So for that, I welcome anyone who's interested. Until then, for those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. I'm gonna get up, walk around, do a little stretch. It's been a little bit slightly too long. I'll get my blood flowing and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第157天。It is day 157. No updates. Man, is it going on 2 months? Yeah, no updates. Hopefully they're all right. All right, so let's get into it. Our lessons.
护士
护士 Okay. 是 Right. And who? To protect soldier, a nurse. Yeah, protection soldier. The sort of soldier. Oof, soldier. That protects us against sickness and death. Yeah. 护士。我妹妹是护士。Okay. Good enough.
护士
是
之间
之间of between of interval. Yeah, that's fine. Between. 我们之间有很 deep 的有 something 友谊 interesting. Another friendship. Boy howdy. 友谊深的友谊。 Alright, give me another one. 这两座城市之间的 It has a Mecca in it. Unless we got Mecca. Something like 很远 I got Yuan mixed up with Huan yesterday. Yuan. What is that? 距离 okay. 距离 is these two cities between these two cities is I guess maybe a distance that is very far. 距离 or it could mean no, yeah, it's kind of like a distance that is too far. So these two cities, the between of these two cities distance is too far, or the distance between these two cities. Or it could be this, no, because there's leave here. And then G, and that's interesting. I don't know what this phrase means yet. What about down here? Maybe another one. 他们之间的感情是不会持久的 support for a long time. So they're it's like they're between feelings. So the feelings between them are not going to hold up or hold for a long time. So it won't last long. Yeah, won't last long. Interesting. 持久 long and support put together. 喜酒的 the love between them. Oh, 感情 I mean feelings. Yeah, love. Okay, in this case, I guess you can the feelings between them.
之间，
之间 I keep saying 之 stop. I don't know how many times I say G. Sometimes I say G, sometimes I say 之 We'll see. 之间之间 between
苹果，
苹果 alright 苹果 is fine. Although I did forget ping momentarily yesterday. 苹果他正在吃苹果 alright. This one's fine.
苹果，艺术，
艺术 art is art 艺术 right 艺术家 yeah 艺术家 artist oops
艺术，
艺术E gotta make sure E is new ish
之一，
之一 one of makes sense of one of 这是我最喜欢的一本书之一。How does that work? One of my I see. One of my favorite books. Or one of my favorite, yeah, and then the counter is just one. Interesting. And then tray. Okay. It almost feels a little redundant. It almost feels a bit redundant.
之一，
之一
护士，
护士
艺术，
艺术
之一，
之一之间
之间，苹果，
苹果 Okay, next one. 东亚 Yeah, 东亚 East Asia, makes sense. 中国是东亚的一部分。
中国是东亚的一部分。
Oh, 一部分 Oh yeah, that's right. Silence, right. 部分 Right. Gotta remember that. Silence. 你有去过东亚吗？
东亚，骑士，
horseback riding person or a soldier that rides a horse. Yeah, that's fine. I call it horseback riding a lot of times. It's because ride is attached to horse. So this is a horse ride. Nan. Oh wait. Oh, is that still gonna go as nan? I wonder. Nan guy, and that sounds awful. Maybe like yi guy的启示 No, 勇敢 Oh, sorry, 勇敢 Wrong, not guy, gan. But 勇 which is courage. Still didn't have that yet. No. So 勇敢的骑士
勇敢地骑士，
骑士， 头痛，
headache headache 喝太少水 I was gonna say 喝 太多酒, right? I was immediately going to the drinking too much alcohol as opposed to drinking too little water. That's kind of funny. 喝太小水容易 easily 容易造成 create to lead to. Oh, interesting. Change into create. 造成头痛。
喝太少水容易造成头痛。
造成头痛。Fair enough.
头痛。
Okay.
艺品。
An art product. Yeah, in artwork. Wait. Do I have scepter? I feel like I do. Oh no. Is it still you? No, maybe not. An umbrella? Scepter. An umbrella scepter. I feel like I do, but I don't know what it is. 贵的艺品。蒸。No, I don't. 珍贵的艺品。What is this? 灯 or 糖 No, 当代艺术家的艺品。当代 contemporary. Interesting, contemporary. No, that gonna need some time on that one.
艺品。东南亚。
Southeast Asia, yeah, okay. 喜多 maybe the 喜多。许多人喜欢去东南亚旅行。
许多人喜欢去东南亚旅行。
许多 many. I don't think we have 许多 yet, which I don't really know how that checks out. Many. Permit a lot. Yes. 许多人喜欢去东南亚旅行。Okay.
东南亚。
Okay.
东亚。
Oops.
歧视。
Oh, whoops. I hit the wrong.
东南亚。
Whoops.
头痛。
I missed that was not spelled properly.
艺品。苹果园。
Apple arch. Oh yeah. For a moment there, I thought I heard Apple money, which technically, yen can be money as well. It's like Apple money. What the heck? Is that like Apple Pay? 苹果园. Okay, 苹果园. Apple orchard makes sense. Or a park, a garden as well. Apple orchard. Rural. Okay, rural. 苹果园. 乡村苹果人。
乡村苹果园。
乡村 also rural but village as well and all that other stuff. Okay, we're good.
苹果园。甜点。
甜点 dessert. Fair enough. Sweet spot. 甜点 is a very common word. 这家餐厅的甜点很有名。
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 甜点。中世纪。
Middle generation. How did G work? Snake, thread, account, or oh no, that's Japanese. Era. Oh, okay, that makes sense for era now. Oh, that makes sense how it connects to account. I see. 中世纪 Okay. 中世纪是 something. I feel like this is 鸭 as well. 鸭的一个重要时期。中世纪是what? 欧洲 Oh, it's 州 not 亚洲 yeah. Okay. 亚洲 yeah Joe. I'm thinking of Joe. 亚洲 for also Asian, or I think 亚洲 Oh, that makes sense now. 亚洲 anyways. 欧洲的一个重要时期。Interesting.
中世纪是欧洲的一个重要时期。
欧洲的一个重要时期。Interesting. 中世纪。
豆
for beans, yeah, like tofu. We're getting a lot of the standalone characters finally, but the primary ones happen to be the ones that weren't the vanilla things. It's I think that's pretty okay, because it laxes it up, right? I think the ones that you start with that only has one component is actually kind of tough to remember when you start expanding. So going backwards is okay, provided that you be able to distinguish between the standalone and the slightly more complicated version. Like drums or beans are in everything. Like how do you convert this into another character? Oops, sorry, I missed a stroke. That's why it looked a little weird. Like you could do this, or any form of hat. Give the bean a hat and you're good to go. Okay, Dracula is in the bathroom of the bakery, covered in flour and feeling anemic. Okay, Dracula anemic. That's fair enough. And then bakery with the flour. He opens a can of kidney beans, drenched in blood, and starts eating them while sitting on the toilet. He gets a croissant, bakery, and dips them into the beans too. Blood-soaked kidney beans. That's kind of a dad joke as well. Kidney beans. But I got you. So What kind of dough do we have? Wando? Wando. Kinda has bean bowl bean. Or bean puppet bowl, but it kind of looks like it's related to bowl. Like a plate beans, you know, small tiny things. And then tu dough. Ground beans, potatoes. I got you. Or dirt beans. Soybean, Wando. Oh, interesting. Hoang, yellow. I guess they do look yellow, huh? Like before they're processed, they do look yellow. So yellow, interesting. Yellow beans for soybeans. Wando, and then of course tofu. I like to think that fu has something to do with like pressing the thing together, like curd, right? Has something to do with curding or pressing into a block. And then right, doujiang, which isn't milk. It's not doujiang, but doujiang is what soy milk is. I don't actually. It's not general, but it's general with the water. Somehow becomes milk. We'll see.
豆
I wonder how they go about it.
寸
Chun. Chun. Oh no, Chinese inch. Alright. We got a review. The Chinese mile is... Yeah. Right. Wait. Oh, it's the other way around. Alright. So we have the Chinese mile. This is Chinese inch. There's also the Chinese pound. What was that? No, that's gold, but it has something to relate to gold, and I don't remember, or something like that. Oh no. All right. Anyways, I can Chinese inch. Okay, Cun. Cupid is once again in the bathroom of the infirmary. Cupid's all over the infirmary. You have Chun, and Chun. Now, looking for someone to shoot a caliper at, and then always shooting a caliper as well. Chun is shooting a caliper from the tree outside the infirmary, and then Chun. How do you Chun the heck out of the infirmary? I don't remember what it is, but Chun. So, right. Oh no, wait. Oh yeah. It's the arch. So he's shooting calipers over an arch, under an arch, and then the tree. All right. We have Chun. So Chun, and they all have the caliper in it. In heckin' Cupid, always shooting calipers at people. What the heck? Cupid is in the bathroom of the infirmary looking for someone to shoot a caliper at. Since he ran out of love arrows, he finds a person standing at the mirror and shoot it at him, striking him in the back. Wait. Since he ran out of love arrows, because caliper is not a love arrow, striking him in the back. Whereupon he screams in pain. A doctor runs in and yanks out the arrow and tells the victim, "Don't worry, the caliper missed your heart by a Chinese inch," and begins bandaging the wound, which is also a Chinese inch wide and deep. What? Did Cupid just disappear? Is Cupid like stealth Cupid? Why couldn't it be like a love caliper? And then the person screamed, and doctor runs in and yanks the arrow out and tells the victim, "Don't worry, it was a love caliper. But if it was any closer to your heart, you might burst with love." Or Chinese inch away from. No. Okay, all right. Chinese inch. All right, it's fine. Okay. 尺寸 size. English inch. Yeah. Ying chun. I got you. English. You know, it would be really funny if Mei chun is American inch. Sorry, that's not funny because the English inch is still the American inch. I could joke about it.
寸
Chun. All right.
豆
Oh.
甜点
甜点. Whoops. It's not Japanese.
中世纪
I almost typed Japanese. Why I did. Nomaji for a moment there. Times in a row.
寸 苹果园
Korean. All right. Wu, nothing. Interesting. All right. Walter White is inside the living room of the house. Making some good stuff with his huge cauldron. So he moved his cauldron from the basement to the living room. Walter leaves for a long while and comes back only to find nothing is inside the cauldron because it was all boiled away. How about we go with something like Walter White is inside the house, inside the living room of the house, making some good stuff, right? He finished the process. In a cauldron. Now, he spent the next couple hours packaging most of the stuff, the good stuff, from the cauldron until nothing is left out in the open, right? I think that's a bit more than that. So he stays in the house as opposed to requiring him to leave the house. 无聊 boring. Interesting. 无法 nothing method, cannot. That's no method. 无相 infinite. Maybe no end or something, like xiang has something to do with ending. Silver hills. Interesting. Invincible. Wu Di, maybe like unable to hurt or unable to damage or something. Or no damage. Invincible. 无家可归 Ooh, I don't know what 归 is. Maybe available, like 无家可归. So no house able or contain maybe possession, I don't know, of something like that.
无 影
Ying, to draw or pull. Do we have a pole too? To draw a bow. Okay, to pull. Add pole. Because of ki. Kiru. Oh, not kiru. Hi. Hiru. Or hiki. Hiku. Not hiru. Hiku. Ying. Yoshi is in the basement, okay, of the infirmary. Go on. Fighting off against some doctors who are trying to sedate him. Maybe he's trying to fight off Dr. Mario, who's trying to sedate him because he's injured. He's just being rebellious, you know? He has a bow in one arm and draws the string back with the other. He loads in a narrow rod with a spotted egg attached to it as the head and shoots it at the doctor, but it narrowly misses. And then, you know, Dr. Mario succeeded in sedating him and then treating him for his wounds. That's probably will work pretty well. Okay. Draw bow. Oh, that's funny. 引弓引导 to guide, draw to guide. Interesting. 吸引 escalator and mouth. Correct. 引擎 engine. Does that sound like engine? 引擎? No. Engine. No, I don't think so. So maybe I'm not sure if this is like yet like 巧克力 situation. I don't. Oh wait, do I know the right hand? That's salute and hand. Oh wait, is that salute in hand? Yeah, salute in hand. Qing, Kirby, and no, I don't. So it could still be
引
not a cognate, like a cognate situation.
领
Ling, personal. This is very personal. Woods, Ling for woods. Link is inside the infirmary, recovering from his wound. He has converted his sickbed into a hammock which hangs between two trees that sprout out of the tile floor. He calls his sick room Deku Woods. Oh, okay. Deku Woods. Makes it relevant to Link. He's sick. Right, so he's in infirmary. Fine. Okay. Ling. So we have... Oh my god. Oh my word. Sung. Ling. Shu Ling. Okay. Forest and oh no, woods. Oh no. Pine. Oh okay. Pine woods is still checks out. Songling. Tongling. Oh man, what a monster that is. Jungle. Oh, Musiling. Oh, okay, Musiling. That's what I mean. The sound like cognate. Was it Musiling? Musiling.
领
Oh come on. Woods and forest.
卫
I prefer forest. Wait. Okay, not yet. Makes sense. Matsu. Ne? No, not Matsu. Meat. Sorry, meat. Way. Walter White is in the bathroom of the beach house, cooking the good stuff, which his family is out on the beach relaxing. He wears a straw hat and is mixing ingredients that he pulls off of the blossoming tree in the corner into the toilet bowl. While muttering, "Not yet rich enough. Not yet rich enough." Okay. I mean, not yet. Like, he's just working on something that's not yet complete. So he pulled some ingredients from the blossoming tree. That's it. Not yet perfect. not yet perfect, so he incorporated some ingredients from a blossoming tree. That's fair enough. While on vacation, while his family's out, not knowing what he's doing, that's pretty Walter White. Wei Hun, not yet married, unmarried. Wei Lai, future, not, oh yeah, Wei Lai. Mirai, right? Mirai. Wei Lai. Wei Hun Qi. Wei Hun Qi. Interesting. Fiance. Oh. That's Qi. Wei Hun Qi. Okay.
未始
Sure. Oh, I didn't even realize we didn't get history yet. Sure. Shrek is in the basement of the house where he is being taught Shu by a walking broom that has a mouth. I gotta make sure I don't get it confused with Shu. This is also Shu. Thank you, Chinese. Thank you. In the bathroom that has a mouth. Of course, the only noise it makes are weird cracking wood noises and shuffling hay. Excuse me? Oh, I guess, yeah, okay. Walking broom, the mouth. But it is going over the history of the walking brooms. Presumably, Shrek sits with a concentrated face as if he could possibly understand the nuances of walking broom history. All right, Shrek. Fair enough. This is fine. This is legacy. Li Shi. Yeah, Li Shi. History it is. Shi. History facts or history realities. Nice.
始
Okay.
无未 影始零
Okay. All right. Cool. Not bad, not bad. All right, time to lock in.
"晚餐
我晚餐吃了鱼，
包等等
衣服、鞋子等等。
Oh, etc. I'm like, what is happening?
高贵
出身高贵，
Or noble? Yeah, that's fine. What? Oh. What? Wait, what the? Oh, I missed the end. Typos galore. Oh no.
乱
Okay, good. Hmm. What? Oh my gosh, I missed the 4.
不
Okay.
句子
读这个句子，
批评
我们必须批评政府。
No. No.
数量
限制数量，
Hmm. Excuse me?
眼皮
我的眼皮一直跳，
Up. Missed.
提
Oops. Oh my goodness, I missed the E. Wait, so what went down here? Oh.
转告
请转告他，我明天去看他。
On call. Here? On call. Proclaim to visit? There's so many.
店面
他在店面前面，
Is it? I don't know.
呢
Oh. Wait. What? Oh. Fine. Oh, my gut feeling failed me.
观众
Okay. Oh, dang it. I hit the wrong button again. Oh, that was a measuring cup, not a ladle. Measuring cup. Let's try this again. Oops. Yeah, no, that's fine. And not try to mess up.
团结
Thank
团结
you.
一致，
Wanjie. Group them together. Think, hello there, Proka. Hello. What's on your mind lately? What is happening here? Turn into proclamation. Yeah, like inform. I'm doing pretty well today. Had a opportunity to explain some stuff much earlier today, so I'm a bit late here. How are you? What has been on your mind lately? I feel like all of these are fine to pass on. Okay, so we have inform, notify, Oh, they didn't take that stuff. Notify, tell, form. You've been thinking about family relationships recently. Oh, okay. Interesting.
音量
收音机音量已开到最大。
Any particular inspiration for that?
9
What am I looking at? What the heck is that? Seaweed? What about me? What's been on my mind recently? I watched a movie called Perfect Days. That's been on my mind for some time. There's some stuff going on in your family. Oh, okay. I guess recently we talked about actually not too many things out of the ordinary. Lots of explaining the difference between integrating information and using information, right? Using information without understanding the information, right? Probably something that you can imagine being talked about on a regular basis. What am I looking at? YOLO?
响起
观众中响起了热烈的掌声。
分组
我们今天要分组。
Yeah, that is to separate. Okay. Divide into groups. How do I mess this up?
因子
What? What? Wait. Have I been mispronouncing this? Oh, I forgot to add the H. Yeah. I forgot to add the H. Lazy typing.
蓝色
他一定喜欢蓝色。
Uh-oh. You love your take last time we spoke about how cooperative games tend to be games that teammates are playing individually but all towards a common goal without actually playing together as a team. Yeah, that is definitely the social norm these days. I think understanding that helps quite a lot with playing video games, if you know what I mean. Like sometimes it could anger people and empower them to do differently, but I mentioned these things in these observations largely because if you're gonna go into a cooperative game, like for example a team game or maybe like a PvP VE game, which is becoming increasingly popular nowadays, understanding that and learning how to work with it may make your enjoyment of those type of video games a bit better, or it could empower you to try to change it if you want. Like say a developer out there like nah, that's it, we're done with this, let's make a game dealing with a design that will incredibly be unpopular, but maybe with time will change the tide of game design, right? Or if you're aware of this and you see that it's shifting, it's a good business move. So oftentimes, in my opinion, in the shoes of a publisher and or a developer, when you have just enough market and demand for very specific types of paradigm shifts in mindset, you can capitalize on it before your opponents do. And that's kind of, I love that role. That's what consultants do, right? Consultants use their experience to analyze patterns, and then those patterns can make for preemptive business strategies. Alternatively, obviously, it can be applied to like psychology and marketing and what have you. But looking at trends and then delving into trends is quite fun, and it can also be very cathartic. Very cathartic, as I forget what this left character is. Dirt and suit. I'm gonna say gut feeling is telling me
社会
okay.
每个人都应该关心社会。
That sentence, I don't know if you know, but that sentence says everybody should care about their society. Everyone should pay attention to society. And that's kind of funny because that's exactly what I was talking. Coincidentally, by coincidence, I was referring to the societal good of being aware of these things. Today, someone asked me about what was I doing about my WaniKani stuff and how I am going about using SRS system. It ended up with another topic about what learning is like now online. At least my opinion of learning, my impressions, how learning has changed. Learning has changed dramatically. So the way people design apps, tools and stuff will change to adapt to their clientele, right? And my impressions that I get from this is by using apps like this. This is not like, despite I'm not going around saying I don't learn like this and people should not learn like this. It's more like I am trying to figure out why these things are successful now, or popular even, or popular enough for people to be consistent about, as opposed to saying, well, this is not the way I used to learn, so therefore it doesn't work, or what have you. So when someone was asking me about what do I do and how I interact with the SRS system, I was going over all the stuff that I do that is not necessarily classical in the way other people use these tools now, because these would be probably their first tools to use to acquire knowledge or abstraction or whatnot. And for me, the stuff that I am going to describe is a combination of things predating app design and whatnot. Now, will this change in the future about how people learn things? I have no idea. I think it's going even more extreme in the other direction, which is related to the whole cooperative gaming thing. When you remove the necessity to communicate with anyone, right? Because common goals and conveniences put things together, that knowledge is interpreted as numbers. It doesn't necessarily require the person to understand what it's actually doing. So like for this situation, someone could say, well, this HanziHero is terrible for learning Chinese because people don't only speak in broken sentences. Like, well, the fact is they use broken sentences. The interpretation that this will not be useful in developing larger sentences and larger concepts, that deals with the consumer's inability or refusal to want to consider the idea of elaborating on it themselves. So when the tool is not literally doing that, it can't possibly be helping you or contribute to a bigger picture. That's kind of how when you play a cooperative game, when you insult someone, it's all because of the game and it can't possibly go beyond the game. When you make a friend in a game, it can't be possibly a friend that doesn't play the game and still be friends. So many of the behavior of data, of facts, has made it so that most human processes are incredibly generalized to the point where there are no longer human interactions involved. It mitigates the necessity for human interaction. In fact, oftentimes the closest thing you can get to a human interaction is the expression and coincidences of a common goal, which does tie with both the video games and explaining the advice that I get about language learning. The common goal is you want to be fluent in the language you're studying. That is the common goal. And 9 times out of 10, in my opinion, for a language learner, they might be right. For me, it's not, because it's about the human being. All the things and other things you have to do while you're learning this thing or working towards this. There are many, many goals before the common goal. And one of them is to understand how humans interact with that behavior in mind. So in a video game, as long as it's towards a common goal, people don't care how they treat each other. Right? If you get to the goal, if you're the carry, it doesn't matter if you act like a jerk and make everyone support you. As long as you win, then you're right. If you lose, then you blame everyone else, not you. Right? Because somehow you can only measure the things you care about. You can only measure the metrics you see. You are only responsible for the metrics you care about. You rarely ever have to evaluate on anyone else's. So when a game system does not highlight those metrics, then the people who are constantly right continue to play the game, and the people who are constantly wrong leaves the game. So now the game developers are in charge of making sure that everyone feels appreciated in their game and not leave it up to the gamers to figure out what is being appreciated. Imagine, hear me out, imagine if there was a PvP game nowadays, a shooter, a competitive shooter that has no KDA reporting. How much chaos, but over time, if they made a really excellent game and they remove the stats from the game, in the long run, how skilled or collaborative could it be in the game? Now, it would be growing pains, obviously. What the first thing the modern age gamer would do is they would add KDA themselves. Right? They would first quantify their performance immediately because of internet behavior, right? However, I would say there would be a higher opportunity for people to talk and look at people's performances, because they now have to literally look at each other's performances, and they literally have to track their own performances with reference to other people's performances. So the moment that convenience gets removed, you might have a higher opportunity of understanding what playing together as a team means. So in essence, sometimes survival games, especially survival games with no form of tracking, and in a reliance and a push for people to work together, in that minimalism has created an opportunity for people to start using their critical thinking and problem solving skills again. And a lot of the things, if it involves interacting with another human being, it can lead to a slow adaptation initially, but then it leads to an explosive supportive community. And you're wondering, what kind of game does that really well right now? Stardew Valley, Terraria, Minecraft. So those games minimizes metrics and performance. If it's interested to those people, they would design it, right? They would be responsible for it. They create the infrastructure. So, but those are extreme cases. It takes extreme cases now to create a community built like reinforcement. What is one of the greatest ones? An example, EVE Online. EVE Online is one of the greatest examples of where you create a system, but then all the subsystems were done due to the consequences of the people, the environment, and oftentimes sandbox games without the modernization, like a few modernizations, vanilla sandbox games tend to be far more supportive. They're not very popular though, and also a lot of times they are undervalued. They are heavily criticized for not having the modern standards of efficiency. Efficiency is a selling point. So when you think about AAA titles, they're AAA titles because they include modern standardizations, where you can find examples and occasional examples where there are examples where they push against standardization, is the occasional indie title that have existed for 7 to 8 years of curation on their communities. And that creates that collaborative and even AR, augmented reality community, like sub-meta game communities. And we might see that in the future because of other examples, like the cost of video games and whatnot, and then like marketing and business. It's looking like, if I had to make a prediction about cooperative games, especially strictly cooperative games instead of like PvP, it will benefit in the next 2 or 3 years when the indie renaissance happens. It's coming to a critical mass, in my opinion, where pandering marketed designs is becoming too risky. It's not consistent enough no longer. So in the next like 5 or so years, there might be an indie renaissance, and we might not be I might not say the same thing in another 3 to 4 years. Collaborative game might be the overcompensation or a compensation for what is now today's the normalized behavior, right? I think it takes very high overexposure of a particular behavior before humans as a group, as a unified group, tend to push back, right? And I think competitive PvP behavior is reaching a critical mass, and then pandering to reinforcing, and this isn't like direct or intentional. I think it's an unintentional consequence, because if you have foster a gaming environment that predominantly emphasizes cooperation and collaboration, it may also unintentionally and indirectly affect how customers interact with their suppliers or creators. And that's my bigger picture thing. I honestly think that whoever pulls the trigger on creating kind of compensating or rehabilitating much more social connections when it comes to the video game aspect instead of the antisocial, almost nearly unintentionally antisocial aspects, it may actually improve consumer response to businesses and their products. So then you can possibly gain from having people who like your products less extreme. But it also means people aren't also unconditionally loyal as well. You give up the, oh, we can do whatever to our player base. They're basically hooked on this stuff. To, okay, they might go and play other games. We don't have them particularly hooked, but they also won't hate us and burn us whenever we drop the ball. So extreme behavior might mellow out for more consistent business behavior. And in response to that, businesses may start to take risks, relatively speaking, risks again, because you don't have extreme behavior. The fear and deterrence, in my opinion, is also associated with the extreme demands and behaviors of the internet. So when you think about a AAA title, it checks all the boxes and nothing more. Because the moment they drop those standards, the game flops, probably. Like, and flops from a commercial standpoint, like investment in and investment out. There was a time when people like games, dislike games, and they continue to play the games. They either play it with the opportunity to learn to like a game because it's not convenient to just simply write off games because your taste is a little bit more eclectic back in the day. Nowadays, it's like, oh, I didn't lose this match because I didn't like my players. I didn't like my players, therefore we lost. The system doesn't work because my teammates weren't appropriate for me. The system should have matched me with good teammates. It's far easier to do that. It's a very, very typical behavioral response for not necessarily older people who are playing games before this happened, but the new paradigm in behavior. When you, and even older people like me, when I played Overwatch, for example, long enough, I start behaving that way to some extent too. And that is manufacturing and optimizing what humans do. So even if I'm aware of this, it still kind of feels awful when you think, oh man, the matchmaking system must suck, because it doesn't ever feel like I'm either having a good match. It's always I get steamrolled, or I do the steamrolling with my team who are, and then I think about it as like my team. It's not my team. It's a matched team, right? So the idea of being so emotionally invested in a game that isn't designed to emotionally invest you in anything is, other than yourself, is how I overcome, or how I negotiate all of that negative response. It makes far more logical and emotional sense that if you're playing a game and you understand that the only reason you have a team of players is mechanically determined by some objective facts, that most of your teammates, including yourself, are likely barren of emotional investment in anything in that game, because you didn't put in any inputs in that game. Occasionally, you might make a play and the other team member is like, oh yeah, you're so good, and then it's gone. That feeling will immediately disappear the moment you enter another queue. Right? It will be overwhelmed by your negative part. So being aware that when you go into a competitive game, asking yourself, trying to leverage your objectivity to combat the objectivity, is the idea that if your KDA is low, and you're saying that's because my team sucked and I didn't get a chance to get kills so I can look better. Like, well, I don't think your teammates care, nor do you care about your teammates' contribution to the thing. You only care that the number is up, right? And that's not to say you're a bad person or anybody else is a bad person. I think sometimes it's difficult to step back and take a breather to understand how objectivity and then metrics can obscure and make violent reactions to things you may not understand anymore, largely because it's not part of the equation anymore. Like, do people actually know that their team sucks based on the statistics of the match? I disagree wholeheartedly that they actually do. Because when you become a pro and you start looking at esports examples where they operate as a team, generally those stats do not check out. They do not reflect when you have teammates and you operate as a team. Much like my favorite example, Player Obscure. When someone says, oh my gosh, 30 people. How could 30 people create such a magnificent product? I'm not underplaying this. They did beautiful things. I can't talk about Claire Obscure much more than I can now. But think about what that statement is. A corporate company of over 150 to 200 people, and then people are juxtaposing AAA title groups to 30 people. What is the missing element that would logically explain this outcome? It's the normalization of objective management, in my opinion. So okay, you have 200 people. Do they even talk to each other? Do they even work together? Are they compartmentalized into little bits and pieces and they don't care about other parts of the game? It's to the point where if you have enough corporate structure, you have a loss in translation even between the people who occupy the same space. Like in an office space, if you have hundreds of workers and they don't have a system in place that encourages them to communicate with each other and provide feedback from each other, they might as well be working for different companies and different game developers, right? It's also the consequence of when a game developer outsources something, the high likelihood that there will be a disconnect in communication happens. So I think business have been hyper incentivized to scale up gaming, to optimize gaming, right? So matchmaking, faster game times, right? Faster statistics. The faster someone knows that they're contributing to performance, the better, the more game time they'll squeeze in, the more game time they'll be satisfied. But at the cost of having zero resolution on how that's affecting their perception of the bigger picture. Like, why are you even playing the game in the first place? And in my opinion, it has a very unfortunate consequence right now. When the day's over, you get that quick dopamine, you get that quick injection of your cheap, right? You're very cheap, resourceful, accessible, and I don't mean cheap as in like bad. I'm talking about accessibility. Like it's fast, it's quick, it's direct, it's very immediate. Then you go to bed and you do it again, 30 months down the line, you start thinking, what did I achieve during those 30 months? Well, you could say all the stats that you have, but in my opinion, they're void of any other meaningful interpretation because you don't have anything to show for it. You have numbers, but the numbers have become soulless, cheap, lacking reward, lacking investments. There are still games that use stats in order to curate there, and mind you, I'm using like PvP stuff. There are games that continue to emphasize that the stats can show progress, right? It can show progress. So there are ways to use stats to encourage someone, like having a journal, having a record. So there are games that do that. League of Legends actually does that. So there are competitive games that still continue to at least adhere to someone's reward systems. But the team play thing, that's gone. League of Legends, for example, would have to somehow make someone who queues into someone care about the history of another player. Like, they would have to tie in the behavior where if they care about that other person's match history and performances and stuff as much as they do their own. And that information is available. So third-party things make quick matchups and try to show histories of the 5 players. So they have the infrastructure to do that, to alleviate how it's so much easier to generalize someone based on their numbers, because you only have a couple minutes to think about it, maybe even a couple seconds. You hit tab, you see the number, and immediately you're making a judgment call on it. It's like, oh man, this guy only has 4 kills. All right, looks like I have 8 kills. I'm gonna siphon all the resources, and that will be our closest greatest like path to victory right away, right? And it works. That is one way to go about it. And we have to be aware, at least personally, I keep myself aware so that I don't get my feelings crushed or I get angry at other people. Like, for me, why is that important? Why is it that I don't get soul crushed by someone who's like a DPS and they yell at me for being a sucky player because I'm the healer who got like two kills, right? For example, in Overwatch is a great example. Well, or a DPS isn't hard on me. Let's use an opposite. The DPS isn't hard on me because I'm not important, because I'm the healer, so I don't get kills. So they're like, you know, there are lots of anti-socializing, differentiating behavior that comes with these designs. You no longer are concerned about other people's performances or how your performance interact with them. You don't need that anymore. You have all your stats. Your stats tell you if you continue to win, then whatever you're doing, keep on doing it. How you improve it, that's not, the stats won't tell you that in most games. How do you improve human relations with other people? How do you form a team and become a professional esports player? That's not going to help you. When was the last time you heard someone say, if you want to become a professional esports, solo queuing isn't going to help very much? It used to be not true. It used to be not as true, like not as accurate as it is now. Now I'm absolutely in that 90% wheelhouse where when someone says, if you solo queue all the time, that doesn't help you with team play to become a professional in a team, because it's no longer part of that experience anymore. It used to be part of that experience, but not necessarily in the game design. It was because of real life interactions. Most of the other social boundaries that are normalized were still there. On the internet no longer has that, unless you coincidentally are part of the minority, not the majority. The minority still create real life interactions. But I'm not saying everyone does this. Everyone has become a objective, unfeeling person, not because it's bad or good. It's because it's efficient and it's objective, or you're trying to be objective about things. But then you step into Minecraft. You step into, ironically, Duolingo. You step into the cringe stuff that other people find cringe. Their togetherness. Cringe, like human interaction is cringe. So if you understand that, that's why I don't find it cringe anymore. Like if someone says, oh man, you're being really cringy right now. I don't like that you keep complimenting me or like talking about this deep stuff. It's so cringe. I'm gonna leave. It's like, that's fine. But it's not gonna stop me from being cringe, because what is cringe now used to be the norm back then. Now the new stuff is no longer cringe. But suddenly when you say, good job, dude, high five, or man, dude, you're doing so well, go get him, like that type of conversation, even around public voice, it's cringe. It's cringe now because it's not normal, right? And that is kind of disappointing. I recently, in that same conversation, I told you that I miss those days. I miss days when I jump on an MMORPG, right? I jump on Neverwinter, and it's filled with all the modern cringe from Boomer era or Millennial era, where people come on to just say hi, hey, how are you doing today? Like, hey, you want to hit up this dungeon? I know we had some rough spots, but let's just work on it. It's like, oh my gosh, that's so cringe. Why don't we just get good and not have to deal with this? Just get good, my friends. Pick up your numbers. Go pick up your gear score. Go on YouTube and look up a tutorial. It's like, I don't have time to help you, and it would be perfectly normal. And that would be kind of a way friends interact nowadays. It's kind of wild. For the record, I don't think there are the people who want to learn from other people, like the people they trust, are so rare that you'll never encounter them. To this day, I think the friends that I have who are much younger than I am, right? They come from a different generation. Over time, we all like to share things with each other still. So like, we're learning about each other. I'm learning about them. They're informing me about things that they encounter. And sure enough, if someone doesn't want to learn a language and suddenly they want to learn a language, it's because I still think humans are still humans. So it's a really tough road though, getting someone to want to be invested. And I definitely do not blame any particular person about the observations I made about the lack of human interaction these days. Conversationalism and charisma, emotional intelligence is highly in demand, in my opinion, in the near future. Being able to understand but not necessarily have to participate makes a lot of money. It can also be very scary because it means that all those other people can be manipulated. I like to believe that someone who has command of this would not intentionally abuse or neglect this. Like, I'm saying this, but we've already have cases where like studios and developers and companies abuse the accessibility of how easy it is to manipulate someone who doesn't understand their emotional lack of emotional intelligence, right? So, but I think that's rare. I like to believe that's rare. I really do want to believe that humans are not born evil, right? So you had a similar conversation with your mate today about Steam and how they mostly operate for the users, and I think it's mostly due to it being a private company rather than a public one where the business decisions are stocked on what the stockholders want. And remember that the stockholders are at the mercy of consumer wealth, right? Like, what I mean is stockholders are far moved by their potential profitability, and the potential profitability are fantastic when you're also able to manipulate your consumers to thinking a certain way. Advertisement, targeted advertisement, algorithms. You invest in infrastructure that can normalize exposure. So where's the money go? Twitch, YouTube, but in a disproportionate way. It's so much more money for someone who's getting a platform, who's normalizing their consumer behavior. So you don't have to like Souls games. You just have to get exposed to it so much so in an echo chamber that it's fine. And I'm not saying developers do that, because developers aren't part of those decision making. I'm talking about the publishers. And to what end? If it works, the developers benefit. And that's necessary for them to continue making their games, right? And whatnot. But at some point, then it becomes a self-feeding thing where, well, you don't make decisions based on what you want or operate or share. You make decisions based on what the highest profitability is, and the highest profitability is determined by the most normalized form of behavior. So if everyone wants more of a specific game type, it will be that game type. If the most loyal, consistent fan base, like not even fan, but the most consistent revenue source is live service games, you make a live service game. If the most if everyone is still willing to spend 92% of the market share of GPUs to pay for NVIDIA cards, then sure as heck, they're gonna continue practicing those things, right? Affordable computers are not a thing until that normalized behavior becomes unacceptable. As in, when is enough? It takes a motion that catches weight to change human behavior as a whole, or significantly on the internet. You gotta see whose voice is bigger. So when someone ruffles and starts something, they can escalate. And in my opinion, as a business model, you don't take those risks to fan the flames. You manipulate or you sidestep a lot of those criticisms by either feigning ignorance and or playing along in a way that it's still unnecessary. Obfuscation is one of the greatest tactics nowadays. What you don't see, what you don't hear is powerful on the internet, because one of the major behaviors, in my opinion, is that the internet operates and normalizes entirely on confirmation bias. Like, I would say more than 50% of people make decisions, talk about decisions, offer criticisms specifically and almost entirely based on confirmation. If they don't see it, it doesn't exist. If they see it, it's sufficient. In fact, when you see something, it's rarely ever sufficient to prove the point. I'm not a scientist anymore, but I sure as heck did not lose the principle of confirmation bias. When you can confirm something once, that doesn't mean it's sufficient to prove the pattern. You can state that it has happened. It is evidence. It's not predictive until it is consistently reproduced while considering other counter arguments or explainers to it. So when you present a pattern of prediction based on evidence, it has all the considerations of other ways to explain its occurrence. And if those are ruled out, that pattern is strengthened. It is unlikely to splinter and create spuriousness. Business is one of the most optimized versions of that, because when you ask a stockholder, what should we do? We should minimize any possible potential outcomes of risk. My exposure must be kept to a minimum, while sacrificing the willingness for them to sacrifice their profit, their margins have to be justified by how much exposure they have. So if they can minimize exposure while trying to maximize profitability margins, that's what happens when a developer is chained to that. You get fundamentally and formulaic designs. That's what iteration is, right? When you iterate, hello there, Mega Super General, hello. So Procol, nowadays we live in that environment. To be safe, you optimize by maximizing opportunities, and then you minimize for possible exposure. And private companies get to choose what their exposure is. Like Valve, Gabe Newell, hats off to him. He gets to call it, and that's pretty cool. It's awesome that that still exists, despite the huge scale, like a very noticeable scale Valve is. But for others, not so much. Like, you can't take... It's difficult for me to not empathize with how much exposure whenever you go off the paved path. Like, should you make a fighting game that makes you force yourself to play with other players? Ooh, I don't know about that, Chief. Like, the intent might be pure, right? The intent might be pure. For example, I'm not saying that what I'm saying would lead to profitability and great margins and risk of, like, it would work. That is almost the opposite of what I'm saying. The most things that I'm observing, they work because they're working towards that. What's a great way to get someone to buy your game regardless of the fact? You pander to them. You convince them that this is what they want. If they are already in it, it's easier to convince them more is better of the same thing, because you're not running the risk of it missing out. So if anything, they would be slightly more bored, but they will still buy your game. They're slightly more bored, but they'll still play your game. When you gotta eat, you gotta eat, right? So live service models do super well. When you eat it long enough, you're going to eat the stuff regardless if you like it anymore. It's gotten to the point where a habit is a habit because it might give you diminished return, but it's a habit. It's there. And I think one of the biggest casualties, or not yet casualty, one of the bigger suffering of the Japanese gaming industry, in my opinion, is they're late to the party. So Square Enix continues, or Sony continues to attempt to make a live service game when the eating phase, the adoptive eating phase, is already past its prime like segment, right? Everyone's got their meals and their meal plans sorted out already. They've already been conditioned for many, many years now. So when you're trying to break into a market that relies on people's habits, it's very tough. What you can do is attempt to offer a higher standard, but the standard has to be so much higher to get someone to quit their loyalty. It's kind of like back in the day before the internet, people would buy car brands, right? You would buy car brands where if you bought a Ford before, if your parents bought a Ford, then you're more likely to buy a Ford. Brand loyalty. A live service is like an even narrower version of it now. Now it's gone to not just a brand, but an activity, a singular world activity. Try getting someone to quit Minecraft for something that looks like Minecraft. I don't know. That's kind of tough. And Minecraft is just one thing. When I say Ford, at least Ford makes multiple models that are dramatically different from each other. Minecraft does not necessarily, but you could argue creatively you might get different things. I would argue against that because there's a very substantial normalized way that Minecraft content is being consumed, and that's probably still the case now. And then hear me out. You might be thinking, nah, that Ford isn't anything like that. Do you know what Ford Motor Companies is doing right now? They're removing the vast majority of their lineup in their vehicles for pickup trucks because they know that their profitability margin and exposure is their exposure is kept to a minimum, which is expenses and parts and production and labor costs and whatnot, and then they're narrowing it to pickup trucks. because that's the highest profitability for the market share that they're getting feedback from using statistics, right? Very accessible statistics. And now you might even can affect it using content creation. Like Ford can simply focus on, instead of dividing choice, all their commercials can feature pickup trucks instead. And even those who might wanted a Ford Fiesta, which is getting discontinued, and also a Ford Focus, they could consider a pickup truck. And then you might be thinking, well, how does that bleed into the live service and analogy? Well, you used to drive a Ford, but now Ford only makes pickup trucks. Are they more likely to buy a Ford pickup truck after the Ford Focus or the Ford Focus or the Ford Fiesta gets discontinued? Probably, actually, because they would still buy a Ford. And then what can Ford do? They can focus specifically on the thing that sells. And then you have full circle, the internet revolution, where you focus, for lack of a better word, you focus on the very thing and iterate. So you minimize exposure, minimize choice. You can give the appearance of choice, but you can minimize choice so that it consistently put out on the highest profitability margin. And Ford has done that. Now there are areas where other people are pushing back, like for example, not coincidentally, Eastern automotives are trying to preserve choice. So in order to differentiate from live service, which is established by the West, a lot of times you would argue most of the live service, most successful live service are the Western ones. To contrast that, sooner or later, I feel like whichever of the Japanese developers decide, nah, we're just gonna do the opposite of iterating on stuff. We're going to be eccentric. Then, in my opinion, they will be joining the indie renaissance in the future when it comes back to video games. I think that is one of the pivots that I would say Capcom, Bandai Namco, Tecmo, Koei Tecmo, they're gonna have to negotiate. Nintendo, because fatigue is coming for the iterative design, and you are competing with the most iterative of all iterative designs, and that's live service. Like, you might be thinking, no, but Nintendo iterates all the time, and Switch 2 came out, Mario Kart World came out, and soon a new Donkey Kong is going to come out, right? They're still pushing. They are often celebrated for their innovations. They are not often celebrated on their iterative stuff. So it's to the point where, in my opinion, despite the 3.5 million pre-orders of Switch 2, something that's very popular is its novelty, but it is also the most criticized period of Nintendo's career, like Nintendo's legacy. Switch 2 to this day is probably, in my opinion, maybe we'll wait till the dust settles, but I anticipate that Switch 2 will be the most criticized piece of hardware in Nintendo's history, and every subsequent title that focuses on iterating will generate the most criticized period of Nintendo's history. Much like Capcom, while Capcom is doing the business practice, right? The business practice stockholder thing with Monster Hunter Wilds and Street Fighter 6 and whatnot to adhere to standards. I would argue that to this day, they are probably attracting the most criticisms that they have since. And how they adjust to that, it'll be interesting. I'm kind of curious who is going to break the mold first to lead. But Clear Obscure is a crack. It's one of the cracks. Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the cracks. I think having successive years in which indies who break the mold is starting to stand out. I think there was a time when I said, it's less than 4 years ago, I think, I was like, oh yeah, that's so impressive. Like an indie managed to capture the crown, and then it happens again, and then it happens again, and then you might be thinking, well, Astrobot isn't an indie. It was treated like an indie. Like Sony probably, if I had to make a gamble, they were probably surprised that that was what was showcased. I mean, during that year of Astrobot, they had other probably far more high profile investments in the year. So I'm looking forward to it. I think the next couple years is going to be an exciting time. I don't think I'm going to get to Duolingo Japanese today, so we're just gonna end it here when I'm done with HanziHero. But yeah, that's a great talking point. I really enjoy that talking point too. I'm earnestly curious when stockholders, right? When stockholders, you don't actually interact with stockholders. You might interact, in my opinion. I've never worked in corporate, like in the executive level, but my impression that I get is stockholders have intermediaries. They have representatives, and those representatives communicate stockholders' interest. So inherently, there's already this weird co-op game intermediary detachment already. It's kind of like a CEO interacting with their labor force. There's a lot of middlemen. There are a lot of intermediaries, and that intermediaries can make for your usual detachment from normalized behavior, like normalizing the impact or appreciating the impact of your decision making. So what does that look like? That look like numbers. It's amazing in a very somewhat terrifying way for myself that the people can see the errors or the deficiencies of corporate operations, like how inhuman it is, right? Because it's based on stats, how objective business is. It's clear and it's very generalized. It has a lot of simplicity and clarity. And at the same time, those same people who do that are also the same people who go to their nearest neighbor, log into a game, and do the exact same thing and behave, well, not exact same thing, but behave in a similar way that reproduces that behavior. So I often generally see that they don't look in the mirror in order to evaluate how all of this is connected, in my opinion. Connected in the sense that it's self-feeding. And you might be thinking, well, what about me? Do I do that? It's like, yes, of course I do that. Like, if I get so caught up in a video game and its stats, it can warp my perception of things too. The idea, the real culprit here, in my opinion, or the real point of interest for me here is I'm kind of curious how the cycle is going to be broken. Like how eventually this is not sustainable. I don't think this is sustainable. Many things in reality, especially humans reality, if you have a feed forward loop, if it loops and it feeds forward, oftentimes it escalates to the point it's not sustainable. So then something cracks. Maybe a wheel falls off, and then problem solving. You enter through a phase of problem solving. And that's usually when renaissances happen. Renaissance as in independent thought renaissance. Be it the indie game studios, the indie studios of anything, like the indie business models, the models that aren't represented yet. Like, they exist. All of these persist. But then you get champions, like this developer has championed a renaissance in standards, so standards will get reevaluated again. So the question is, when does it happen? When who our collective human minds will celebrate as the new renaissance? I feel like I want to make a distinction. A renaissance is more like a like a re-investigation or evaluation of ideas. At least that's how I'm using the word renaissance. Enlightenment is very different. Enlightenment is achieving something new that wasn't present in the system, right? Something like so emergent that it wasn't ever realized. I don't think that's the type of renaissance I'm talking about here. I think the internet has to introduce an enlightenment or innovation or technology or something, or discovery needs to create greater enlightenment. But a renaissance is likely to happen when things start escalating to the point it's not sustainable. So those ideas already exist. Reevaluating and recombining those ideas will be the next renaissance. So in no way am I suggesting that no one is doing this right now. At this very moment, there's going to be a collection of ideas, and during the Renaissance period that's coming in the next 5 years, I would say maybe roughly 5 years, I would love to see and live through that period and see what it looks like at the end of when we return to iterating on things. So cue the 8 million remakes that are coming out. And hear me out. I'm human. I have a guilty pleasure. I was really excited when I saw Persona 4 Revival being teased or announced in an indirect way. That's an iteration on Persona 4. So it's to the point where I'm going to play possibly Persona 3 and then the remake, Reloaded, Persona 4, and then Persona Revival, which is the remake, and then Persona 5. By the time I get to Persona 5, there's probably going to be a Persona 5 like remaster, super deluxe, iterated version of Persona 5. What else is getting remade? Everything. So until the Renaissance, you're going to get iterative design. And that goes back to stockholders and business decisions. And I participate in that. I'm complicit. So if they remake Sega, low-key, Sega, if you remake Yakuza 4, 5, and 6, I'm on board. You know, or 3, 4, 5, I'm on board. Take my money. That's human. I gotta be aware that I also have these tendencies, but right now it's probably easier for me to say these things because the iterative design, the safe bets, do not cater to me. They do not pander to me. Outside Clear Obscure, and sure enough, after I finished Clear Obscure, I have no motivation. Like I lacked any particular interest in exploring any other titles, right? Because I'm not the target market. If another like fantastical JRPG, like out of the box thing, combination of different standards in order for me to appreciate the standardization of JRPGs, then I will probably buy another one. Today, just to share as an anecdote, I'm not sure if you're always constantly thinking about video games, Brokaw. But today I saw that Clay Entertainment is having a publisher sale kind of thing. I usually only buy video games during 2 periods, which is July and December, right? But I was very tempted to purchase the whole DLC pack and the thing of a game that I've been waiting on. And that game is The Riff of the Necrodancer. It's a rhythm game. I wanted to play a rhythm game again. So then I looked up like copyright material and see like, can you stream this game without getting bopped by DMCAs and whatnot, but it's a rhythm game. So if you're thinking about, oh, Maku, you're probably part of the system. You also play all the games that people buy millions of because you play Clear Obscure. It's like there's not another Clear Obscure. There's not another Baldur's Gate 3, even though I don't like, even though I'm not invested in CRPGs. Right? There's Clair Obscur. And then what am I interested in now? I would be surprised if people knew there was a riff of the Necrodancer and a rhythm game at that. But that's what was catching my eye. And no, it's not going to be popular. No, I don't think if you're a content creator and you're really focused on business, right? If you're a business content creator, if you're going by the business, going after opportunities, you do not make games that are niche. You do not make content on niche things. You can gamble on investing so much of yourself into the niche thing that one day, when it is trendy in some way, it breaks out and you're the leader. Renaissance period. Right? So you could be doing that now while everyone else is like, yeah, we're just trucking along. Like, what does that look like? At least for me. Play a soulless game. Yes, you heard me. I said play a soulless game. A Souls-like. Go play a Souls-like game. To me, again, it might sound very, very direct, but I don't like playing soulless protagonists. They're not satisfying. Being myself is doing work that I otherwise prefer to pay someone else give me a great time. So I don't want to be playing myself. I don't want to be playing the same skills that I have because it's not interesting. I like to stumble. I like to fall flat on my face. I like someone telling me when I'm playing a video game to not do that. It's bad. Bad for you. Like, we want you to be a good person. Like, nice. Because when you're playing a competitive game, you only care about yourself. It's not that rewarding to me. And when you're a team, like a team player, you either go professional because everyone's obligated to play with each other, or you stick to solo playing games. Right? But the most popular business model of games are multiplayer games. But they're multiplayer games. They're not cooperative player games. They're most definitely, going back to your first comment, they're not cooperative games. People are not cooperating with each other. And then you keep if someone says, yeah, of course you play as teammates. Okay, what are your examples? Esports. Yes, because esports is not the same as solo queuing. So most of the examples deal with obligation to play in a team, not necessarily behaving like that. Some might say, oh no, I always am a team member. That's why I always win. I'm like, I would love to see you prove it. Even using the rudimentary metrics that you have. You probably carry, and that's sufficient. I don't, like, someone who's able to say that so nonchalantly, I think is very, in my opinion, very unaware of how non-cooperative cooperative games are. You seemingly coincidentally have people who play well together by happenstance due to statistics. You don't play well together because somehow you played together well enough to understand how to play together. That's too much effort, like, by convenience, in my opinion. It's too tough nowadays, and I probably don't blame you. It's probably too tough to sit here and talk for more than 15 minutes to someone. It's difficult to sit in a game and wait 10 minutes before the game starts to talk in a lobby and plan out and introduce each other. All of that stuff, it takes too long. human interaction takes far longer periods of time than using technology to alleviate that convenience. You don't have to you don't have to schedule an appointment. Calling takes too much time. You click on a few buttons and then it's done. The faster you get it done, the better. So it's gotten to a point where technology has hyper convenient human interactions. Like, why ask a friend to play a video game if you can design an AI system that acts as your backup? I think that's kind of a future thing to consider. The idea that one day your bots are going to be preferred over other humans. And then we're back to video games. You know, like solo playing experience. We're back to the true solo playing experience, where your opponents are bots and then your friends are bots. So therefore you're playing a solo player game. In fact, I would be very, very curious if I can ask someone, how do they play competitive games? Do they see another human player at the other end? You know, like in the traditional sense, or like the old age sense, or is it just a target? Is that another target? Because I would think that when AI becomes sufficient enough to mimic some of these things, then it's more than sufficient to replace human opponents. Oftentimes, the biggest opponent nowadays is the self. So I often focus on that most of the time. Your biggest opponent nowadays for most of your life decisions and healthcare, learning, it's yourself. You're the biggest opponent. The unattainable opponent, the nearly improbable skill set, now, in my opinion, involves other people. So any skill in my, like, from the list often involves interacting with another person. So you take your classical group, maybe anyone who's been on the internet for more than 10 years, less than the age of 25, ask them, what do you find hard to do? Like, what are things that you avoid? What are the things that constantly create consternation and that you wouldn't start or work towards or enjoy? I often feel like in some way, shape, or form, when you ask them and describe the parts of those activities that deal with interacting with another human being, they would probably agree with you, yeah, that part sucks. Like, oh man, I really want to get good at this video game. It's a shame my team sucks. I don't want to play this video game anymore because all the time my team sucks. And the other team is always better. Like, that's not true, by the way. Most of the time, statistically, it's not the case. How systems work for these games, that can't possibly be the reality. But it is that person's reality. So then you would go into language learning. I'll relate it back to language learning. What part are you afraid of? Like, what is the final step? What are you putting off? Talking to other people. And I'm like, well, you're talking to me right now. It's like, but you're not speaking Chinese or Japanese. Like, well, you're talking to me like you don't talk to people. I'm just saying. So when someone says, oh, I don't like talking to people, and then they're talking to me, and my first thought was, so I don't count. That's how you get rid of problems. You pretend like they're not a problem. So when you talk to someone, it's like, I don't know how to talk to people. I don't know how to get people to want to learn a language, or I don't have friends to learn language. Those are the hard parts. They are very difficult, and I don't blame you. At the same time, you have to start somewhere, because I earnestly believe that the substantial amount of time on the internet reinforces avoidant behavior, and also reinforces the self in which they avoid human contact. Human contact is the end boss, or human thoughts is kind of the end boss. It's easier to say someone sucks by looking at their KDA than looking at them playing or talking to them, right? Like, hey, why is your KDA 0, 4, and 2? Nah, that's too much effort. It's easier to look that they have 0, 4, and 2, and they suck. And that's it. That's the end of the discussion. You don't really need to ask them anything. And when you're offering advice, you don't need to ask the person anything if they're interested in the advice or not. It takes too long. The easiest way is, you've seen this before. Maybe your favorite influencer told you that anyone who uses whatever are bad at language learning. So then you take shortcuts. You come in and you're like, oh, you're using this. I just wanted to tell you, this person said, and a lot of people agree, that you're bad at language learning. So here's my advice to you. Like, oh, well, hello to you too. May I ask, do you know what my interests are? May I ask you what your interests are? And may I ask you what your background is in language learning? Who are you talking about? When you say they, are you referring to you or someone else? And do you know who I am? Too much effort. The easiest, most optimized way is, you're not doing it, so therefore you're wrong, right? And you can't be hurt. Sometimes it still hurts, right? If you're at the receiving end of these type of interactions, being aware of it only softens the dissonance. But for myself, it's sufficient to not be deterred by such things. So I play competitive games, right? Pro-call, like cooperative, teammates, and whatnot, with that type of mindset in mind. I'm not out to revolutionize or reinvent human consumption of video games. Not at the moment. Anyway. Hello there, Hideyoshi. What's up? What's up, Doc? What have you been up to? What's on your mind? Alright, so for that, I'm probably not going to get to Duolingo Japanese today, but we're going to finish up our HanziHero thing, then we'll do it tomorrow. I think. What's tomorrow? Friday. Yep. Okay. Yeah, what's up, Hideyoshi? What are you up to?
那个广告误导了顾客。
You found the book with the silly mnemonics today? Yeah. James Hazix. Yep. Remembering Simplifying Hanzi. Did you read it? What are your thoughts? I didn't read it myself. But I've been told a lot about it. Sufficient enough to know what it is by name and by subtitle. Or like the subtitle, Remembering Simplified Hanzi. That's the book you thought was tied to the site. Oh. I suppose I should have asked you. I could have asked you to describe the book you're talking about, and I might have been able to provide James Hazix to you. Largely because these things are tied to James Hazix as well. Like, for example, HanziHero is tied to Hazix. Kevin actually mentions Hazix in describing HanziHero on his channel. I didn't know what you were expressing at the time, so I could have been a little bit more inquisitive. Glad you found the book. came back to inform me about it. I'm not surprised. This is tied to Hazix, so if you had any doubts or any presumptions, it's quite literally mentioned by Kevin. Compass and hills. I have to push this. Can't fill it out at the moment. Let's take a quick jab.
房
Okay. Feelings. Feelings are interesting. Getting in touch with my feelers.
来自
你来自哪里？
I don't know yet. I think this is more like figurative. Maybe like, whoops, a bad typo.
痛
Oh, I typed a 2 instead of a 3. I must have backspaced and typed the wrong thing.
卫生纸
我们家里的卫生纸用完了。
Was that it? Hideyoshi, what have you been up to other than that? I imagine there's other things. Like a ride sub to come from, yeah. Oh, that's why I wanted to type origin. Whoops. And then I typed the same thing. Okay, I was fine with the origin, actually. Busy night? Oh, busy night, huh? Well, it's been multiple nights, right? And multiple nights. Some of your relatives are out of the country. I'll give you 2 guesses where. What do you mean? Like where they are, or where they're going, where they're coming from? What do you mean by 2 guesses? Where they're chilling right now? You mean current events related? No, I don't have any guess. I don't know. I don't know you. I mean, yeah. I don't know enough about your parents nor about you. I think you're sufficiently cryptic, or discreet about that stuff. So I'll take a jab besides them. Well, it's not parents, it's extended relatives. That exacerbates the that makes it even less likely that I'm able to guess. So I'm just gonna entertain. I'm gonna entertain you. You know, I will play along with guessing, but it's more like an exercise of futility. They left California. Know that I'm not basing this on anything I know about you, nor do I know your parents, nor your relatives. And if it's extended relatives, is even less likely that I would be accurate or have a guess, because I have no way of knowing. You're incredibly discreet, which is mature, very mature. You're in a country that was trending #1 a few hours ago. I wouldn't know a few hours ago because I was streaming. So, Russia. Or China. Iran? Oh. Iran? Okay, we can find out what the current event is. Oh, I see. Well, it would be very difficult for me to know that that was trending since I was streaming for the last 6 hours. Iran kapate, as they say in Hokkaido. Good morning. Oh, okay. That's neat. I think I've seen that phrase before. I see. Well, thanks for the share. I'm familiar with the I knew. Yes. Yep. Happened a couple of times in the last couple games I played. Back to cleaning? Alright, good luck. Good luck.
出场
合格产品才能出厂。
目标
我们的目标一定能达到。
标题
我不喜欢这部电影的标题。
单
I think origin works quite a bit more than come from. But I can see that. Like, where did you come from? But where your origin, where did you originate? But not necessarily origin as in where are you from? It's where you come from. I think. Based on those
我通
sentences.
常会睡晚一点。
What? Okay.
年纪
他看起来不像他的年纪。
No, it doesn't. No. I don't think so. Well, it'll accept it and then say it's a little bit off. Or something like that. I think it accepts. Yeah, it accepts enough tolerance. I think. Oh, no. Not for opinion. Not for opinion. I would have to look. Sometimes they add Taiwan specific and unusual reads sometimes or like silencing and whatnot. So I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't tried either. Hmm.
这
Hmm. Huh. I don't know what the phrasing is. Maybe like combine? I group. Hmm. Whoops. Oh, 今年。
简直
我简直不能想象有这种事。
今年
Hmm.
初步
这只是初步的想法。
Hmm. Yeah. Huh.
脸红
一见陌生人就脸红，
哈哈
哈哈，你很幽默。
What is another way to talk about bringing the group together? Unify? Okay. Fine.
工具
一种工具，
二手
我想要买二手车。
What? Arshel. The heck? Um, it's not that. I know that, but I was gonna try it anyways. Arshel. Arshel. Huh. Oh, it's probably okay.
衣架，
我找不到衣架。
猪，
This is not what I think it is. Oh no, it might actually be. Oh no, it's not.
西式，
西式快餐，
It was not. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's a hair. Okay. All right, what do I think this is? It's probably like... Do we just go straight to generation? Oh, leaf. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's no way I can remember that. Okay.
学派，
这个学派又开始复兴。
湖边，
他坐在湖边读书。
错误，
那只是一个无意的错误。
How about two-wheeled? Okay. Like two hands. This is so obscure. I have no idea. We're gonna block this out probably. Second hand. Oh, right. Right. Like, that's right. This is so early on. Okay, okay. It's fine. We'll laugh about it and we're good. Right, second hand. That's almost like a riddle. It almost qualifies as a riddle. Second hand. What did I now think about that? Second hand. Well, we tried.
实验，
这是一个重要的实验。
Easy straight. Like straightforward. I think this is gonna get blocked too. Simply, oh yeah. I'm just gonna put straightforward. Straightforward lines up quite a bit. Like it's simply this. It's pretty straightforward. Uh,
挂号，
我们可以网上挂号吗？
second hand.
亮丽，
这座城市的景色非常亮丽。
I think that's gonna make my night.
肺，
Straightforward. Oy. Oy vey.
总数，
苹果总数，
警察，
我害怕警察。
What am I looking at? Maybe it's gut feeling? No. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Huh.
属性
这个产品具有很多不同的属性。
What? Oh, I guess they take race. Oh no, attribute. Oh yeah, that attribute. Offers, what are you doing? Why is pause fridge a thing? Oh no. Did something happen? Oh, for those who come after. That's funny. You know what's funny about that meme? You bought Expedition 33 on Steam. Wait, what did you... Oh. Wait. Oh, because of Xbox Game Pass, right. You know what's funny about that meme where that the guy like for those, it's interesting that Game Pass refunds your money for the month still. Oh. Ari so off-putting? What does Ari so off-putting? Re so off-putting? What? I love seeing the strokes that Simplify never uses. Oh. They're so off-putting. Oh, I see. What'd you call it? Offers. That meme? Oh, okay, I see. That meme where it says for those who come after, and he's like hitting and it says 9,199. Did you get what I'm laughing about yet? I don't know. I don't know how far you are. Did you get past Act 2 yet? Okay. Because I think it's really funny, the juxtaposition. Because for those who come after, wait till I want to revisit this emote or the gift that you used. I want to revisit that after you conclude Act 2, because it's really funny to me that they say for those who come after, and that guy is doing 9,999. Do you play on expert though, like a big boy? Yes, I accidentally played on expert. I don't know when, but I think it's after the second day. I think you'll get it. You'll enjoy it. You were on story diff before, like story diff, like the bottom story diff, which has like the... Oh, by the way, the Clear Obscure got updated. The easiest diff? Okay, so on the easiest diff, the parry and dodge window are extended by like 30% now, and they do like 30% even. Yeah, they made it even easier. But the mid diff is perfectly fine. I don't think there's a big difference between the mid diff and the high diff, because most things are just going to single slap you in the face anyways. But I think you'll enjoy it. I think either or is fine. It's not going to substantially affect your experience, but Act 3 stuff is pretty sweet. I think Act 3 stuff is pretty dang sweet. So here's my take on the Clear Obscure thing, Coffers. If you don't want to reset very often, then play mid diff. If you don't mind resetting, play the top diff. The largest difference between the two is saving that less than 1 second to run back to the encounter, because most of the time the encounter is just saved right in front of the encounter. So, right, main menu theme is slapping you in the face right now. Yeah. So in my opinion, that's one of the major differences. And then you can always adjust the challenge diffs, which I'm excited. I might actually play Clear Obscure from vanilla again when they release a DLC. I think DLC is in the future. But I love that they capped something. So I'll let you find that out on your own. when that happens. But yeah, what the heck is that fridge, dude? It actually looks kind of pleasant. Heckin' fridge. Wait. What did I learn about this? Oh, simply. You have to experience the gommage. Oh, so you ended up refunding the Xbox Game Pass. Interesting. You didn't find anything else you wanted to play on the Xbox Game Store? I see. I have to admit though, I think you'll this is a bold statement. Offers. I think you'll take to Expedition max difficulty, as max as possible, as hard as Clear Obscure can be. I think you'll take it to OS. Like you'll take to it like you take to OS. That's kind of how I feel about. It's a rhythm game. Like what I mean is it's a rhythm based input. So I think you like to do that. I actually think you enjoy that. So I would if I had to go and say and predict how well I know you, the expert diff is the way. First time to play the game with your arcade stick. Wait, what the heck? You're playing the game with the arcade stick? How does that work? Why are you playing with the... Wait, do you not have a controller? Wait, hold up. Oh. Wait, but if you had the leverless controller, it might actually work. Like what I mean is, instead of like squeezing shoulder buttons and whatnot, it is really very similar to the lever, like it's just having an arcade stick, but you're not using the stick part. You're only using the hand part, because I ended up using a setup that used 4 fingers. I ended up using 4 fingers instead of what is traditional. People use 3 fingers, like this way, right? So I used my ring finger. My ring finger was used to parry. Because the shoulder was used to hit the right trigger, and my middle finger, my thumb was used for jumping. I don't even know what my middle finger was. Oh no, my middle finger was doing the right trigger. My pointer finger was doing nothing most of the time. It's kind of like I was like pinching. I was trying to get all 4 fingers in on it, because you have to hit 4 things. Sorry, slightly spoiler, but we already talked about this. You need 4 inputs. You need 4 inputs. But the thing is, if you're playing like OS, right? First, if you play Killer Obscure like you're playing OS, you already know them coming. So if you get down your reading, then everything seems like it clicks. So if you know your hit sound, your approach circle, well, it's kind of AR11 if you don't, like, it's AR11 in OS if you don't pay attention to camera movement. Camera movement is the approach circle. It has a hit sound, by the way. The hit sounds are the sound effects. They're very prominent. So there's prominent hit sounds, or like a sound, the beat sound, and then there's camera movement for the approach circle. There's also a hit stop. There's a hit stop for when you're about to get hit. And then there's visuals. But it's a really big but. There are opponents, there are characters in Clear Obscure that kinda mixes up the game a little. And then there's like, we already talked about this a lot. I talked to you so much about the various variants. I would love to see what you think. But I think ultimately you probably take it to like playing a TV size map. It's basically a TV size map all the time. Or it's less than a TV size map. It's a diff spike. If you took all your favorite diff spikes, right? Like, I don't know if you have a favorite diff spike, but just imagine 3-star, 3 to 4-star. Okay, let's say 5-star AR10. 5-star AR10 diff spikes. And then that's it. Just, oh yeah, 1-2. Yeah, it's basically 1-2 diff spikes all the time. So you string all the 1-2 diff spikes together. And I can tell you, if it was graded on, what did you call it? Stability, you know, like how the stability, your, what is it called? SI? Or like what was the thing where it tells you like how close you are to unstable rate? Yes, the unstable rate. The game, my unstable rate is off the charts, but the window's pretty good. The window is pretty big. It's like 50 milliseconds. You have like 50 milliseconds before and after. I feel like it's like 20 milliseconds for like pairing, but it's like 50 seconds before and after for dodging. So I don't know how that calculates the frames, because my frame rate might have not been stable when I was streaming, right? So I would say plus or minus 5 frames for dodging, and plus or minus 2 or 1 frames for pairing. So overall, it's like a 4-frame window when you take in consideration the unstable rate, and then like a 10-frame window for dodging. It might not be that generous, but it feels like it if I had to guess from those perspective. But you got to do it. You got to do it. I probably would even watch you do it. It's kind of fun. I've been watching a lot of people play Clear Obscure. At every one of the moments, like, what is the first moment in Clear Obscure? You already played past it, but all the like the pinpoint. It's like playing Subnautica. After playing Subnautica, I literally wanted to go and watch everyone hit every one of those moments. And the first one in Clear Obscure, it's absolutely the Gommage. When you just watch the people, like, man, people, there's so many variances of sadness. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing about this. But when you watch a montage of people like how different people try not to be upset. There are so many ways that people are not upset. I was the I was the guy that we just look, and then all I can say at the end is like, I'm really upset right now. Like I'm like crying inside really deeply. And then you have the people who do the like the max. I'm gonna do like a Maximilian max reaction. He do like the he like does the wide eye blinking, and then like look to the right. It's like, yep, the music, guys. Or you have the one like, I'm not crying, you're crying. It's so funny. Sorry, but those moments are hilarious. I did the Gommage, man. Yeah, experience it again. I don't want to say anymore because yeah. Wee woo, that's all I have to say. We and the woos, you know. There are quite a lot of woos in the beginning, but maybe some wees in between. This is a wee moment about a woo moment.
考察
我们需要更多时间来进行考察。
You think this game actually tops Hollow Knight? If I had to like squint really hard and think about the game type, the subgenre, and all that. Like, if I had to dispense it, I don't have a contest here. I absolutely love Hollow Knight, but man, it's kind of hard to think about anything that tops the experience. Yeah, they're still their own genre, but still, it's over. Sorry guys, this is a little bit of a digression, but it is so hard to recover for me to be enthusiastic. But Coffers, by the way, when you showed up, right, it's a coincidence why I'm thinking about Os, because I totally forgot the Riff of the Necrodancer is a thing. I still have to play a Riff of the Necrodancer. It's on sale right now and I'm so tempted. Their recent update was Hitsune Miku. Right, they added like DLC for Hitsune Miku, but I totally forgot that. Oh, that is like helping me with Rhythm Sprout, right? Rhythm Sprout was okay, but man, the Riff of the Necrodancer, it's really expensive, by the way. Each like the collaborations, so they collaborate with Celeste, the soundtrack from Celeste. They've been collaborating with other indies to release tracks. Oh, by the way, Riff of the Necrodancer allows you to add custom tracks and also make your own tracks. So they have a track generator for music. So maybe in July I'll probably play it, but I want to play a rhythm game right now. I most clear up, and you might be thinking, why? Clear up scare makes me want to play a rhythm game because music is great, but then you're like dodging, and you're dodging to sound effects and camera angles. Like, ooh, I want to play a rhythm game again. No joke. Clear up scare made me want to play a rhythm game. I want music to be the moving element in my next game. All right, that's enough talking about Clear Up Scare. All right. Are you gonna now play the game though, Coffers? I feel like, how far did you play on the Xbox Game Pass? I want to do challenge runs in that game, so I'll probably do a challenge run. You're up to the flower boss. Oh, Go Blue, right? Go Blue in flying waters. Okay. Yeah, I want to do a challenge run the next time. You think it wasn't that far? No, not that far. Yeah, you got plenty of experience left. Like, what I mean is, you got plenty of things to grab your feelers and then slap you around a little bit, and then maybe occasionally give you like a nice dollop of ice cream or something, and then slap you a couple of times more. You know? And then have all the bosses literally slap you around. When they release DLC, I'm probably gonna do a challenge run. There'll probably be like some gimmicky only this run to play the game all over again. It's gonna be fantastic. I haven't felt that way about most games in a while, like be able to, except for like Os, you know, but Osu has been a while, you know, doing like weird ways to play the game situation. What is this? Examine. To like investigate. Okay. Time to descend. Yes, time to descend into despair. Oh wait, I had the word for despair recently. What was it? Non something. Or like boo. Oh. Something. It was difficult. Difficult. Something. I'll come up with it once it be despair. I will be able to express despair in 4 different languages. Amazing. One day I'll write a review, like a short review in 4 different languages of how Terra Obscura makes you feel despair. Alright. Gonna be real. If you're still playing later in the day, I wouldn't mind seeing what you're playing, like as you're going. I'd love to see what's happening. Oops. Listen, you can't escape my wandering eyes. I want to see what happens when you reach it. Might be out for a while because you're going out tomorrow. Might be up for a while because you're going out tomorrow. They're trying to get in the game time tonight. Oh, that's what you mean. But at first, I'm like, if you're going out tomorrow, don't you want to go to bed soon? If you know what I mean. Like, my first thought was, so that means you're not going to be up, right? Because you have to go out tomorrow. You got to prepare. Who needs bed? Listen, of all the people. Alright. Alright, help me out with this pen. Pen. Burner. Oh. Dang it! Hmm.
经验，
这位老师有丰富的经验。
You'll be chilling, gonna leave around noon, I see. Wait, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Saturday. Oh, no, tomorrow's Friday. Just kidding. Just kidding. Sorry, it's past midnight here. Pass, check. Experience?
一些，
他想吃一些甜点。
YOLO. Okay. That's not what I'm thinking of. So I gotta think of something else.
赢得，
他们赢得了冠。
Wait. Is this? Yeah. Good luck, Coffers. Oh no, it's not.
进，
It's not. I'm like, what am I thinking of? No, it's not.
群，
Oh no. Wait, no, I got it.
结，
That took a lot of resources.
团，歌剧，
编写歌剧。
I took an opportunity to talk about so many random things. Hopefully, it would impress me quite a bit if people understood what I mean by unstable rate and that stuff for all those players out. I used to pose as someone who knew how to play rhythm games. I was a poser. A boomer rhythm game player. Imagine. I wonder how many boomer rhythm game players out there. Hey, no? No. What?
类似
类似情况，
I typed the wrong tone. Wait, hold up. That's not it.
明显
很明显他在撒谎。
I screwed this up. Oh, that's not that's a misread. Oh. 低调 啊 Oh, I missed a G. What? Wait a minute. Hold up. I screwed up. Wait. Whoa. Something is not right there.
双赢
获得双赢的结果。
YOLO?
按时
你的按时吃药，
On. Schedule must press schedule on time. What am I doing here? What? Oh.
低调
他是个低调的人。
That's fine.
内乱，
这个国家正在经历内乱。
Yep, that's how you spell strife. Knew it all along.
“花束”
一束芳香的花束。
回到，
我们无法回到过去。
回到。Okay, that's fine. Sure. That's fine.
顿，
Help. Yeah, kidding. Whoops. Oh. Right? Oh, that. Ah.
容，
Oh no, that's contained. Right.
美丽，
多么美丽的景色啊！
Wow. Oh. It's related to plow, but not plow.
理解，
你要理解他的感情。
序， 各种各样，
他有各种各样的想法。
线，察觉，
察觉可疑的活动。
Detect. It's detect.
石桥，
那座石桥已有100年历史。
Oh. 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 Sorry.
牙，八，
Oh. What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing again. Sorry.
另类，
她是一个另类的女孩。
What? Wait. That not what that is? Oh no. No. Okay, it's fine. This is a sickle. It's a dropping. Oh. That's right. WaniKani.
句，耳， 就
What? Oh.
内容
这本
Whoops. How did I screw this up? Hmm.
走 显眼
他戴着一顶显眼的大红帽子。
Okay. When it's obvious to the eye is... I don't know how to phrase this in English. Like apparent? Obviously, it's not it. I want to avoid using the word obvious. YOLO. Just kidding. What is happening here? I'm getting something mixed up. So what? Soldier, mouth, and thread. Oh. Is it the left thing that's being mixed up? No, it's not. Oh, I've been typing the wrong thing. I've been typing 3 instead of 2. Okay. How does this work? Summary.
总结